Mic check. Holy smokes, it's Monday. Are we great? Are we great yet? That's a good question. That's a really, really good question. Are we great yet? Some would say no. I would maybe say no. How was it, guys? Were you all out there on the streets this weekend? We had a here in Mesa, my two hometowns, in Utah, in Salt Lake City, where they had the No Kings March, and then in Mesa, where I live now. Both places had guns. There was a shooting in Salt Lake, and somebody pulled a gun in Mesa. So cool. I'm proud of this side of the aisle though this weekend. That was hundreds of thousands, probably millions of people who went out and protested, and it appeared that every bit of anger and every bit of violence stemmed from the right. So feel bad for those in Utah that experienced that. One of my favorite content creators, she doesn't do a lot of political stuff. She does a lot of like deconstruction and like ex-Mormon stuff. Her daughter was right next to the shooter in Salt Lake City. And so I know there were a lot of people who were affected by that. And Jesus. I hope you guys are doing well. Sorry, I'm laughing because Legend just sent me this picture. Let me pull this over. Taco Men Square. So I got that right as that was going. Shout out, Greg. Well done. Weird weekend. I've got a whole show. I've got a whole outline prepped for today, but as I was about to get rolling, just a whole bunch of stuff has been breaking. So I want to get that out of the way. Or I guess maybe not out of the way. I want to cover some stuff that was breaking that I don't know if I have like the whole story, but I want to cover it. First, I want to I just want to show this video because this video made me happy. Please be the right one. Oh no, is this? Hold on. Son of a bitch. I put the wrong video. This is a typical start by me. I put the wrong video on the first clip of the day. Here it is anyways. I just liked this guy. This just made me laugh. I think we got to laugh a little bit today. There we go.
Okay, we are here in Washington, D.C. for Trump's gay pride parade. The tanks are blowing me away. Get it? Haha. Is this gay pride parade at all?
Oh, no.
No?
No.
Okay. I was really expecting a little more fun for the gays. I have not really seen anyone here who looks gay, acting gay, no sex. What did you think of Trump's big gay pride parade?
Big gay pride parade?
I'm really kind of disappointed in the music. It has been not gay at all. Mainly it is straight. It's like I'm listening to Sousa music, not the gay music. Okay,
that guy made me laugh. I've watched that, but yeah, the squeaky tanks, it's devastating. The lack of noise to drown out the sound of tanks was a tough look for Trump all weekend. That parade was so stupid. I can't believe we did that. I can't believe they went through with it. It was so stupid. I don't know. Even celebrating like 250 years of the army, like in that way, was such an insane thing to do. Like, let's make you march through the streets in front of tens of people. Just make sure. I know some people have said it's like a silent protest, or but the soldiers not like marching in rhythm. You know, Trump wanted, in his mind, he pictured. Let's show like the North Korea one. This is what he pictured. He pictured signs everywhere, people cheering, soldiers marching in uniform. What do you call that? What's that type of marching called? How am I already with TikTok? What did I do with TikTok already? I'm already limited. I don't know what you call. What do you call that type of marching? Cadence? Lockstep. Is it called lockstep? All right, I didn't know that was what that was called. I can't find. Anyways, that's what Trump wanted, and it didn't happen, and couldn't happen to a more deserving person. I don't think this was a good weekend for Trump. I think it was a good weekend for America. I think a lot of people have woken up this weekend to what the fuck are we doing? Like, I think a lot of people are starting to consider. I don't know if they're considering fascism, but I think a lot of people are recognizing history repeating itself. It feels a lot like the early 2000s, late 90s. These escalations and us being dragged into a war by Israel again. Feels like we've done this shit before, and unfortunately for Trump and the neocons, the internet exists, and it's a lot easier to remind people of what happened 20 years ago. So he said, everyone, please take care of your mental health and check on your loved ones and neighbors. With everything going on in the world right now, you have to keep each other safe. I love you all. Thank you, Sully. And Johnny said, good morning. I made it to Monday. Well done, Johnny. Let me show one more thing. I don't want to do a ton of the No Kings stuff because I don't think it wound up not being the most important story of the week. But this is how Proud Boys should be dealt with. There we go. That's how you take care of the Proud Boys. Somebody said this parade was planned under Biden. Maybe, I don't care. It would have been stupid if Biden did it too. It was stupid. It was especially with the amount of unrest. The thing is if this would have happened under Biden, we wouldn't also be having massive protests all over the country. We wouldn't be having ICE raids. I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to say anything about the Middle East. I'm not going to claim that Biden was great on the Middle East, but it would have been a different environment had Biden done it, and I still would have thought it was really stupid. So just so we're clear on that. I don't know why we do that. I don't know why we would hold these big military parades. I don't know why we flaunt that type of stuff. I don't think it's that important. I don't care that anybody goes, but I think it's dumb. Here's Fox News. I mean, Fox News Trump has broken Fox News because Fox News, they used to try and feign like they were semi-factual or that they were semi-news. This is the difference between Trump's speech by PBS and Fox. So you're first going to see the PBS, and I'm sorry it's small, but first you're going to see the PBS broadcast, and then you're going to see the Fox broadcast. It is a remarkable difference in sound. Just notice somehow Fox must have had a different audience than PBS had. So here's PBS.
Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, there was a smattering of applause there. You could definitely hear the music quite well. And then here's Fox's version.
And thank you to Vice President Vance, and thank you to our wonderful First Lady, and above all, thank you very much, everybody. And thank you to Vice President Vance, and thank you to our wonderful First Lady.
You can hear the crowd difference. Watch when Fox pulls the music. You can hear the crowd difference here. You can even hear that it's not dubbed in anymore. Listen to how loud it goes. Then when the music ends, then you can barely hear the crowd. So obviously the crowd was further away.
To Vice President Vance, and thank you to our wonderful First Lady.
Interesting, right? The amount of time you and Fox News and MAGA in general and members of the Republican Party spend glazing this guy and distorting reality, it's a lot of time. It takes a lot of effort to glaze this guy as much as they do. Here's a headline from ABC News, who should be under fire. ABC News just recently fired a journalist for telling the truth about Stephen Miller, but it was just his opinion. Here's ABC News headline over here. Trump addresses massive military parade in Washington. And then here is a video of this massive military parade in Washington. I also want to point out something else. Trump's not allowed to use a lot of music because nobody wants him to use their music. So you hear a lot of covers. This is one of the worst covers I've heard in my life, and they are editing out all music. This reminds me, when I was a kid, there was this, it was called Clean Flicks. It was this company started in Provo, Utah, where you would take all the movies and you would edit out anything that was bad, which is, I was 18 years old when I realized my favorite movie, which is, if any of you guys know, Hoosiers, Gene Hackman, R.I.P., in that movie, I had only seen the clean version of Hoosiers. If you've watched Hoosiers, you might think, excuse me, there's a clean version of Hoosiers? Is there anything to clean up? Turns out there's about 3 lines in that movie that curse. And the version I watched as a kid was cleaned up. So one line is like, the sun don't shine on the same dog's ass every day. And in my version, it was the sun don't shine on the same dog's rear end every day. And at another point, Coach Norman Dale, Gene Hackman, yells at an official, "Do you have pigeon pooey in your eye?" And I was like, that's a weird way to say it. But this is the 50s, and it is Indiana. Turns out he said pigeon shit. But my version of that was edited out. This music reminds me of that. Here is, again, ABC spitting into their hand and then jacking off Donald Trump. And then here's NBC showing, just, they don't even have to say anything. They'll just show the video of this not massive celebration. Some more in my cup. I'm gonna need like some more in my cup. Did you hear that line? This is terrible editing. I'm going back. Where is everybody? Where Trump addresses massive military parade in Washington. Where is everybody? Going back there. There's about a couple hundred of them up front. Where's everybody else? Was that Lara Trump? Might be. Is that the Kids Bop version? Is that what this is? Everyone hates him so much that they like can't play any good music. Amy Lynn said Fox couldn't even gradually turn the cheers off. It just cuts off. Also, Sophia said, watched everything from Iceland this weekend, and I'm proud of the real patriots out here. Do not let the fascist regime break you. I have faith in you again, and let's hope Trump doesn't drag U.S. military into war. Stay safe. Tony said, Enrique didn't come to see me. Sad face. Sorry, Tony. Did they really sing him happy birthday? They sang a happy birthday at that thing? All right. It wasn't for him then. Okay. Totally wasn't for him. Jen, good morning. Are you here?
Yep, I'm here.
Good morning. Would you like to do some announcements and grace everybody with your positive attitude and high energy?
I mean, I guess that's the least I could do on Monday morning.
Sure.
Hold on, I'm moving some stuff around. I had a case of the Mondays today, so
You're pretty full Tinder inbox there.
Tinder? No,
Sorry.
no, definitely not.
Okay.
Anyways, so how was your weekend?
Shut up. It actually was good. I had a good week. I had a really good weekend. I played a lot of golf with Father's Day. My daughter was really funny about Father's Day, so that was good.
Did she do anything?
She made me this. She made me this coaster. It says "I love Dad," and this is me and her. And she said she doesn't know how to draw flat boy hair, so I got some pretty wild hair there. But she made me this coaster that I keep my drinks on. Yeah.
Spawn made me a coaster one year. I think I remember, not for Father's Day, but I got a coaster one year for something. So maybe it's I wonder if it's an age thing. If coasters like 5-ish. That's their
I like
range.
I like coasters. I think coasters are great.
Do you remember to put your cup on the coaster? Is the question.
It's on the coaster right now. Even though it's this cup that Swish sent, and it doesn't sweat, so it doesn't need to be on a coaster. But I wanted it there anyways.
Part of me would. I would assume you would be the type that would like forget to put their cup on the coaster,
100%.
or you put your laundry basket or your laundry next to the laundry basket, not in it. That's the vibe you give me.
I'm good at putting it in the laundry basket, but then it overflows. Tell you what I do all the time, and I know my other ADHDers can empathize with this. Almost, I'd say 70% of the time I do laundry, I have to do it 2 or 3 times because I start the load, and then like 2 days later, I'm like, oh no, what's that smell? And it's my wet laundry, and then I have to run it like 2 more times to get the mildew out. I hope that my other ADHDers feel me on that because I do it all the time. It's terrible.
So unrelated but related, kind of. So I use those wash beads that like the scent boosters for your laundry.
Yeah.
And I usually get like the purple one, like it's like lavender or whatever. That's kind of like. And they didn't have the ones I want, and so they put, gave me an alternate. I'm like, oh, I'll try this, and I opened it. It smelled decent. I did a load of laundry and I put some clothes on. It smells like that smell of wet laundry, like that you dried it.
That's good.
Anyways, it's so gross. I'm not happy. So I have to buy new
I'm
beads.
surprised you like the smell of lavender and not like dried blood or something like that. I'm very surprised by this.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta be nice about some things. It can't be chaos and death all of the time.
Jen uses Gore. That's the brand of laundry detergent she uses.
All right. Well, so we're here. It's Monday.
Yeah.
Yay. So we want to remind everybody about our gift goal in the top left-hand corner. We do this each day. So Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats all go towards knocking out that gift goal. If you're on TikTok, can you guys do me a favor? Can you get us up to like 25K likes? Quick, fast, in a hurry. That would be awesome.
Otherwise, you're gonna lose it because I've already lost an appeal on TikTok this morning. So,
what did you do now?
Within 30 seconds, I had that thing that said your live is visibility restricted due to community guidelines, and then I appeal it, and then nothing came. So that's the first step, and then the next step is usually to take it down. So yeah, putting a bunch of likes up there will help. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, likes. I'm still figuring out the fun gifts. I haven't figured out any funny gifts on TikTok to make you look silly yet, but I'm working on that.
All right.
So if you guys could get the likes up to 25K over on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, if you guys could hit that little red heart in the corner, like the stream, that would be awesome too. And I don't see any like options necessarily on Twitch. I haven't figured that out 100% over there yet.
I don't think Twitch is like that. Twitch is like you're either here or you're not, and we're like, it's not very gimmicky. You either hang out in Twitch and you do what Twitch like gives you, or you go somewhere else. I kind of appreciate Twitch for that. They are who they are.
Yeah. So, and it looks like I need to update the gifts on TikTok. So when I hang up here, I'll do that. Anyways, if you guys haven't subscribed to us on any of the platforms, please do that. On Twitch, you can use your Amazon Prime sub. If you've used it before, you have to resubscribe each month. It doesn't automatically do that. On YouTube, you can subscribe for free, or we also have 4 different memberships that you could sign up for if you'd like to do that. If you guys disagree with RTP, you don't have to cry in the comments. You can come on and talk in real time. And how you do that is you look at that Venmo username. That's my Discord username. DM me on Discord and I can bring you on and talk in real time. We've had lots of really, really intelligent people come on and have conversations with Jay last week. So I think you guys could. I don't know if you can be better than that, but
I felt like it was too intelligent. Honestly, it was a lot of brain power came on last week.
How does it feel to get owned?
It's tough.
Anyways, check out the link tree in our bio. We're on most social media platforms. We've got merch. We are also on Spotify and Cameo. So those are all fun things for you guys to help out or check out. So what do you call it when a car gets into a relationship with bread?
A car gets into a relationship with bread. I don't know.
Carbon dating.
Jesus, that was terrible. That was awful. Thank you, Jen. Amy said Fox could. Oh, I got that one. I've seen more people at my local county fair, and my county only has like 50,000 people. And also, Jen said butt related, then started talking about beads. That's telling. I agree. That is telling. Jen's that's for her stream. She talks whenever Jen goes live. That's mostly what she talks about is butts and beads. Here was Fox News decided, hey, you know what we ought to do? Let's bring on Rebecca Koffler. Rebecca Koffler, who they'll introduce here, is somebody who very excited about the military parade, and she had tweeted out earlier that her segment got bumped back. So she tweeted out a picture of a sparkling wine, which she called champagne, but wasn't. It was just a sparkling white wine, I think. And she's like, it got pushed back, so I'm opening up another bottle of wine here, and maybe she shouldn't have.
With us now is former Defense Intel Agency officer Rebecca Koffler. Rebecca, what are your thoughts tonight on the incredible symbolism and the messaging that we saw here tonight from the Commander-in-Chief on the Army's 250th birthday?
I am so excited, Emily and Lucas Tomlinson. Everybody, like, this is incredible. Finally, the United States is back.
They're back.
I want to really thank all of our Army, Navy, and Air Force officers who have been sacrificing.
So she's clearly reading this. It's not going well. She doesn't know the names of the people that she just talked to. She's clearly reading, and you can see her mouth here is working in two opposite directions. One is going this way. We've all been there. We've all been there, Rebecca. Just not usually as on Fox News on a live feed.
Their lives, literally, their families have been contributing to the mission. Most of the time, for the past quarter of a century, because of the mismanagement of the administrative states, they've been fighting these foreign wars. But with our new in chief, Donald J. Trump, they are prioritizing America first. And I want to thank these officers.
Why does she sound drunk? Because she's drunk. Maybe you missed the first. She's drunk. That's why she sounds drunk. She literally tweeted out a bottle of wine like 45 minutes before this. She's drunk. That's why she seems drunk. And how could you watch that military parade and be like, I've got to go on and defend this later and not be a little bit drunk? That would be difficult to do. Yeah, that was Darla Jane Trump. You got that right, Kat. That was President Darla Jane Trump.
For all of these sacrifices and all of the hardships that their families have been doing. Lawrence Jones, you are doing, you're rocking, man. Like, you guys are incredible. Lucas,
thank you.
I want to thank.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. Thank you, and thank you for your service, too. Well, our final thoughts on this historic and patriotic celebration when we return.
We're cutting to break. The whole thing was a shit show, like top to bottom. Here's like this was as tacky as it gets as far as parades go, and it wouldn't be a tacky Trump celebration without tacky Trump shit. Here's tacky Trump shit.
Special thanks to our sponsor, Lockheed Martin.
We had sponsors. Lockheed Martin, killing innocent women and children all over the Middle East since whenever the fuck we started. Lockheed Martin, we sponsored this shit. So that was cool. And then we weren't done there. We had another sponsor. And if you only like your sponsors if they take out innocent women and children across the Middle East, this one might not be for you. Is it going to load? Are we going to load here? Here we go. Here was our second sponsor. As a reminder, we're always watching you.
Special thanks to our sponsor, Palantir.
Palantir. We know what you're texting right fucking now. Palantir. Proud sponsors of the United States Army. We had fucking sponsors. Like, if this was, so I keep making this a reference, but I played a game called Watch Dogs, and in Watch Dogs, it's like it's London, and London has been taken over by like a police state, and they have a private military called Albion. Legitimately, these are the colors. There's drones everywhere. And there's Albion guards that aren't just like U.S. military guards. This is what you do in a movie when you want to show like a futuristic, like fascist state. We had military contractors sponsoring a parade. That was pretty cool. Yeah, Dano, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Thank you. That's enough on the military stuff. But here's what the Trumps did today. Trump's came out today, and they said that they are starting a new crypto venture. This crypto venture, and we've talked about this before, is with a man named Justin Sun. Justin Sun was the top donor, the top purchaser of Trump's crypto when Trump had that crypto meeting the other day. And now he's in business with the Trumps. Now, Justin Sun is, he fled the country under Joe Biden. He fled the country because he does something called, it's called wash trading. Basically what it was is he was a big trader of the cryptocurrency Tron. And wash trading is when you make it look like people are trading the currency back and forth, and that gets people who are chasing like volume to come invest. So you'll have these Tron wallets, which are just like Justin Sun and Justin Sun trading with themselves, and they're doing tons of trades back and forth, and they artificially rise the value of Tron. And Justin Sun, not only this, but he's done a bunch of things that are normally illegal, but now that Trump is president, you're allowed to just do crypto crimes. So this is somebody who was legitimately on the run from the United States in January, and now he's meeting with Trump one-on-one and then doing deals with Trump's sons one-on-one. This is one of the most prolific scammers in the history of crypto. Like he was involved with the Sam Bankman-Fried disaster. That's when he ran, when the SEC got on his tracks, and now here he is doing business with the Trumps. Says this is from Jacob Silverman. Said it's not just that the Trumps became the country's leading crypto entrepreneurs with endless conflicts of interest. They did it by partnering with the sketchiest people in crypto, some of whom were considered criminals and major money launderers by the last administration. Pretty much every week I write something about the unprecedented corruption of the Trump's crypto ventures, and then he does something even worse, so I have to write another article. Anyway, tomorrow I have an article coming out about another foreign investor in Trump's crypto business who, it turns out, is a confessed fraudster with some shady overseas ties. This is yet another blaring signal that the Trumps are charging headlong into illicit money laundering, unbacked stablecoins, and counterfeit digital dollars with some of the people most associated with those activities. Highest levels of corruption. It's not even fucking close how corrupt this administration is versus all the other administrations combined. Like, they make George Bush look like he was running a by-the-book operation. Richard Nixon is looking at this going, how the fuck did I get impeached? Why'd I have to leave office? How'd this happen to me? Like, this is the most corrupt thing any politician has ever openly done in our country, and we're seeing the cracks start to fall. I'm going to show you some prominent Republicans or Trump supporters here in a minute who are starting to leave, and it's stuff like this, and it's stuff like I'm just going to drag us into wars. Eric Trump this morning also announced this on Fox News using I don't know how this grift still works on you guys, but the people in power are saying that they're launching businesses to protect you from the people in power. They're the people in power. We got to protect you guys from, I guess, T-Mobile, Verizon now, AT&T, those people who are causing you the most anguish.
This morning, you've got an announcement on a new phone. Tell me about that and what you're looking to, quote unquote, correct here.
Yeah. Well, Maria, more and more we're using technology as a company, right, to correct the problems. Obviously, Truth Social was to correct freedom of speech, right? I mean, he lost his throughout the political process. Obviously, crypto, and we got the biggest projects in crypto, was to correct another problem, which is the fact that they were debanking all.
Let's talk about those two things so we can talk about the third thing. The first thing he mentioned was Truth Social. Truth Social is just a private company that they created for free speech, but it allows foreign investors or foreign influence to artificially keep that price up, which artificially keeps the Trumps making money. Truth Social is a terrible business. It bleeds money. It has real problems attracting advertisers, and the stock price doesn't make any sense. But because it's the Trumps, you know that it's being propped up. Then you have Trump crypto, which isn't even a thing. It's a made up thing. It does absolutely nothing. But the more people give Donald Trump money, the more that is worth. Isn't that crazy? That's the actual structure of both of these other two businesses that he's talking about. He's like, the more people give us money, the more this stock goes up. The more money we make, not our company. There's no value in what we're doing, but the more people give money to us, the more the value of our company goes up. Are we doing anything with it? No, we're not. They've already done this. Patriot Mobile already existed. And what they learned from Patriot Mobile and from Trump Crypto and from Truth Social is that they're going to be able to pump this really fast. A bunch of people are going to invest. You're going to have a certain amount of people who are going to go and sign up at trumpmobile.com, and they're going to have a shitty experience. The phones won't work. The service, which I haven't even looked into this, but I'm 100% sure what all this is they will be leasing cell phone towers from other companies. They will outsource their phones. They will have very cheaply made smartphones that they're going to claim are made in America, where the parts aren't, but like somehow the assembly will be made in America. It'll be dog shit service. It'll be cheap. And they're going to, I saw Don Jr. talking about they were going to add like roadside service, which is just a monthly fee that they'll then contract out to somebody else. And there was one other service they were adding to it. I can't remember what it was. These are just Ponzi schemes, pump and dumps, just over and over and over again. It's the Trumps making money off of Trump supporters with a shitty product that will do nothing for them, like everything Trump has ever launched. And that's why when we say he's a business failure, I think maybe we were wrong. He's a business scammer. He buys businesses, he gets initial investment, he liquidates the company, and then he lets it crash, and he takes the money out of it. That's what he's going to do here. You're going to get a bunch of people sign up for this. You're going to get a bunch of people invest in this. They're going to take that money, and they're going to run with it, and then they'll let Trump Mobile just crash.
Conservatives. I was the most canceled person probably in the history of the country, and now we're doing Trump Mobile, and Trump Mobile is going to
OnePlus AIM. I don't have a lot of confidence that you would be able to explain what about this is false information. I think what you're feeling right now is the same thing most of you Trumpers are feeling right now, is you're uncomfortable with the fact that you don't have answers to any of this shit. So you just get mad and you start reporting me. And you do that, and it's not your fault. It's not your fault. You're just bitches. You're just whiny little bitches, okay? And I'm sorry that your scammer in chief is getting called out for being a scammer in chief. And I wish you were smarter, but if wishes were fishes, so you could just stay mad there, all right, MAGA folks.
Revolutionize cell phones, mobile calling.
All right, let's look at it. All right, fair enough. Let's go to trumpmobile.com. Let's see if I'm right about this. We're going to go to trumpmobile.com. The T1 phone. All right. Oh, it's going to be gold? Oh, it doesn't even exist yet? Oh, it's pre-order. Doesn't even exist yet? All right, this screen is not American made. Does it specify who makes the camera? It's an Android operating system. Check compatibility here. Are these prepaid cards? Oh, that's their SIM card. Looks like you're going to be able to pick it up at like 7-Eleven. Yeah, what did I say about roadside assistance? Roadside assistance would be provided by somebody else. Oh, provided by Drive America. Didn't I say that? Nationwide coverage on U.S. networks. Oh, so not their own towers, just like I said. Yeah, I pretty much got all of that right, didn't I? Device protection is provided. Here we go. Device protection provided by a third-party provider. Device protections on insurance. Oh, you can bring your own phone. Yeah, pretty much got all of that right, didn't I? Huh. At this point, like with Trump, you just know. It's copy and paste. Every one of these things is just copy and paste, copy and paste, copy and paste. If you go into your service agreement with roadside assistance, it'll tell you. Yeah, Drive America Motor Club. So they're not doing that. Their insurance is just Omega Mobile Healthcare. That's another private company. Yeah. Everything Trump does is look at this. Everything Trump does is just licensing. Trump and the Associated Design are registered trademarks of DTTM operations. Trump Mobile, its products and services are not designed, developed, manufactured, distributed, or sold by the Trump Organization or any of their respective affiliates or principals. T1 Mobile uses the Trump name and trademark. It's not even theirs. It's just T1 Mobile. It's just the whole thing's just a fucking licensing deal. It's just a cash grab. It's exactly what I just told you it was going to be, isn't it? Isn't that crazy? It's weird how we can tell what he's going to do, huh?
We're going to do it better. We're going to do it safer. We're going to have more functionality, more features.
They have no control over any of that. This is a licensing deal through T1. It's not even theirs. They just said in the fine print, what the fuck is Eric Trump talking about? In the fine print that I just read you, they told you this is a licensing deal. Trump Organization has nothing to do with it outside of the licensing. So these promises he's making right here, this is infomercial shit. He has no control over it. The only thing Trump has control over is his name being used because they're just going to give you money. That's it. It's a licensing agreement. Okay, I was wrong about them gutting the company and selling it for parts. They're just getting the licensing. The gutting will be done by somebody else.
And the coolest thing about all these ventures is we're doing it right here in the United States. You're not calling up call centers in Bangladesh. You're not, you're doing it right out of St. Louis, Missouri. And you're going to have phones that are made right here in the United States of America. And they're going
Nothing on their website said that. Nothing on their website said the phones would be made in America. Did you notice that when we went there? When it talked about the phone? It didn't say the phones would be made in America. In fact, it only talked about bringing your own phone. And then they showed like that Trump phone, which will never exist.
it's going to be cheaper, $47 a month. You're going to have more international dialing for free, hundreds of countries, international dialing for free. It is the biggest bang for the buck, and we're really excited to get into the space. I mean, when you take kind of technology, obviously real estate's always been our bread and butter, but when you take the technology world between the social platforms, the actual hard devices, which is really what Trump Mobile is, and then...
No, it's not. Trump Mobile is not the hard devices. They just showed you. There is no hard device. In fact, all they're selling is a SIM card. This is all a lie. And Fox News is happy to let them run their infomercial on their news channel. Hey, Eric, go out and sell some shit for your dad, who's the president. We just looked at it.
And kind of the true retail banking, CeFi, DeFi, worlds of cryptocurrency, which is no question where the world is going. I really believe we're going to have one of the great kind of tech platforms as part of the Trump Organization of any company in the world.
It just said, I just read the details. It's not yours. It's not part of the Trump Organization. This isn't your platform. Why would they just no pushback here? No journalism for Maria there? It literally said not part of the Trump Organization. They're just grifters. That's all they are. They're little slimy salespeople, and you guys just eat it up. He's such a smart businessman. No, he's just a slimy salesperson who has found a base that's willing to dump a lot of money into him. Kirsten said, question, how would you put in a fixed tax system? How would I put in a fixed rate? Is that what you're saying? How would you put in a fixed tax system? I think you mean fixed, like a fixed rate. I mean, we already have fixed rates. I don't know if you're talking about like across the board. Are you here, Kirsten, in the YouTube chat still? Let me know what you mean by that. More lies. I showed it. I just showed it to you guys. You guys are crazy. I just showed you that it's not theirs. Yes, I wouldn't. I think that's a regressive tax, regressive way to tax people. I would never do a flat tax. It makes no sense. A flat tax is going to hurt middle class and poor people, and it's going to let the rich keep more of their money. I think it's a silly way to do taxes. I understand, like, on its surface, it makes sense for people. They think that, like, everybody pays the same. That would be like a good way to do taxes if we were starting, like, all from zero. If just all of us started from zero right now, and we're like, we're going to have a 10% flat tax as we build the country. Then it might make a little more sense. But we have too much wealth disparity for a flat tax to make any sense right now. All right, last thing here. I just want to show some pettiness. This is Rand Paul. I think this happened already. I had this from Friday, but we didn't get a chance to cover it. Here is Rand Paul explaining and showing just how petty this Trump administration is. Remember, Rand Paul is in trouble with Trump because Rand Paul keeps correctly pointing out, just like literally every single economist in this country, that the big, beautiful bill will increase our deficit. It will increase our debt. And Rand Paul is just like, I'm not going to vote for this because I don't want to increase the debt. And so now he literally apparently is the person Trump hates the most. Listen to Rand Paul.
And, it's kind of a great time of the year in the summer. My family comes up. My son and daughter-in-law and grandson are coming up because we were going to the White House picnic. But I've just been told that I've been uninvited from the picnic. I think I'm the first senator in the history of the United States to be uninvited to the White House picnic. The White House is owned by the taxpayers. We all are members of it. Every Democrat will be invited. Every Republican will be invited, but I will be the only one disallowed to come on the grounds of the White House. I just find this incredibly petty. I mean, I have been, I think, nothing but polite to the president. I have been a intellectual opponent, a public policy opponent, and he's chosen now to uninvite me from the picnic and to say my grandson can't come to the picnic. I just the level of immaturity is beyond words. I've been here long enough that if anybody has ever followed me, I've been a critic of Obama, I've been a critic of Biden, I've been a critic of the previous Trump, but always in I think, a reasonable fashion along policy. And so they've decided they want to declare war on my family and exclude us from the White House. And I just think it's incredibly petty, and I hope someone will ask them some questions about how they've decided to sink to this depth.
Yeah, it's incredibly petty. It's incredibly unsurprising. It's what he does. He's just a petty little bitch. It's wild to see some of you, like, grown men in the chat today. Yeah, dude, I can't believe I'm still with this guy. What the fuck are you still with? What are you still going for? You guys mad that people protested this weekend? How come people were protesting Donald Trump this weekend? Because he's a bitch, and he's a wannabe dictator, and he does dumb shit like this. And we deserve to be represented by somebody who's not a fucking idiot and who is respected on the world trade or on the world stage. But we don't have that opportunity. We've got a dipshit for a president. Even our last president, like, he was old, and people were like, yeah, he's old. But there was at least some respect for, like, what he had done previously. There was some respect for that. At least he had good people around him. There is no respect for Donald Trump internationally. Let me show you a clip here from polling from around the world. Now, cue the dipshits in the chat going, oh, CNN, fake news. We get it. You don't trust anything CNN says. It's only if it comes out of Donald Trump's mouth. But look at this polling when it comes to people from around the world and how they feel about Donald Trump.
Yeah, I think that this title slide says it all, why Trump faces a tough room at the G7. That is because the countries outside the U.S. who are part of the G7, those folks, not big fans of Donald Trump. Not big fans at all. No confidence Trump will do the right thing when it comes to world affairs. Look at this. All these numbers are at least...
I said Joe Biden. Look how mad they got. Look at it right there. Somebody called me a maroon. I think that's like a maroon moron, I think. Look at him. Look how you just poke him. You just poke him a little. You just say Joe Biden. Joe Biden. And they're like, ah! Show me polling like this. Show me polling like this from around the world of how people felt about Joe Biden. You dipshits don't know anything about about world politics. If you're a Trump supporter, like if you're like like a dyed in the wool Trump supporter. I haven't met one of you who understands anybody else's perspective. You just think everybody has your perspective. They don't. Not everybody's a fucking idiot.
At least at 60% or above. You could start off here at the bottom, Japan 61, the UK 62. You go to that next row, Italy 68. We're getting higher and higher and higher. Canada 77. And finally, France 78%. And Germany, 81% of Germans have no confidence that Donald Trump will do the right thing when it comes to world affairs. We're looking at a supermajority in all 6 of these G7 countries besides the U.S. They do not like Donald Trump. They have no confidence in him to do the right thing when it comes to world affairs. And I think that will inform some of the leaders there in those countries going into this G7 summit with Donald Trump. And
62% isn't that bad. Yeah, it's not that bad. Could have been a lot worse.
Again, he's just
could have been Germany. Could have been 80%.
Going to face a tough room because those.
By the way, these are the other countries meeting with Trump right now. Trump is walking into a room where historically Americans have led. Historically, America leads the G7, previously the G8. Not anymore. And Trump is going to do nothing to make these people. I'll show you a clip in a minute. He is going to do absolutely nothing to reassure these people that he is not Putin's bitch. He's going to go there and they're like, you know what? We're a little concerned that Donald Trump is Putin's bitch. And he's going to show up and he's going to be like, if you had any doubt that I was Putin's bitch, let it go, because I am.
Folks in those countries, they don't really like Donald Trump.
How much has this changed since Trump was elected?
Yeah, this is, I think, you see all these numbers here and you go, okay, has this always been the case that there's been such low confidence in the U.S. leader? Take a look here. Okay, no confidence that the U.S. president will do the right thing when it comes to world affairs. We're going to look at a median of those 6 countries.
Now, here's that Joe Biden guy you guys were saying everybody didn't respect and everybody liked Joe Biden. There's a big difference here.
That we just saw on the other side. You see it here. In 2025, 73.
By the way, finally a Republican got it right. They're scared of him. Yeah. The whole world is afraid of Donald Trump because he's a psycho. You know what I mean? Like, same way that you would be scared of a naked man running through the grocery store with a knife. It's the same type of fear. You're like, what's he going to do next? What? He never seems to do the right thing, but it's always crazy. Yeah, they are afraid of him, but they're not afraid of him for the things you think. Like, why should, like, our partners, our allies, they shouldn't be afraid of us, my friend. Your friends should not fear you. Imagine that if your friends were like, we don't really hang out with him, and you're like, yeah, it's just because they're scared of me. Well, that's a good reason not to hang out with somebody anymore. That's a good reason not to do business with somebody anymore. If you are afraid of somebody, maybe don't keep them around. And that's kind of what the world's doing. They're like, uh-oh, we might need to get rid of America. They might not need to be our friends anymore.
3%. The median in those countries have no confidence that Donald Trump will do the right thing when it comes to world affairs. With Joe Biden, look how much lower that number was. It was basically 50-50 at 51%. So the percentage of those G7 countries that have no confidence that Donald Trump will do the right thing has gone completely through the roof. We're talking about a 22-point jump in just a year's time. Rough room, tough room for Donald Trump.
Tough room, even with one of our closest allies, both by land and by culture, Canada. Do they want even a deal with Trump?
Yeah, this to me is the number that kind of says it all, right? We're talking about allies of the United States here. No ally has been closer to us over the years than Canada has been, but Canadians are reducing reliance on the U.S. as a trade partner. Look at this. 91% say that, yes, that they, in fact, that Canadians should, in fact, reduce reliance on the U.S. as a trade partner. You never see numbers that high. I'm laughing because it's just unprecedented compared to just 9% who disagree. 9%, that's about the percentage of Americans who believe we faked the moon landing. When you're in this territory, you know that we're in a lot of trouble. Donald Trump's in a lot of trouble when it comes to Canadians' views on him.
That is an unprecedented number in any poll, anywhere, anytime.
Yeah. The whole world thinks you're idiots. Keep doubling down on it. Go for it. Like, keep living in the minority. Remember I told you, and you said, like, the world's afraid. The world is afraid that Trump is Putin's bitch. That's mostly what they're afraid of, especially all these countries who border Russia or are near the border to Russia, and Russia has nuclear weapons. Other countries at the G7 are like, we're a little concerned about Russia. And we're a little concerned that Trump is Russia's bitch. But don't worry, Trump's going to have a news conference, and he's going to make sure to know that, let you guys know, he's not Putin's bitch. Guys, he's not Putin's bitch, okay? This is going to prove it. Sorry, Kirsten, real quick. Yes, I meant flat tax rate. I ran out of room. Also, what is a good tax system put in place but help distribute more wealth in the United States? A progressive tax system. Tax rich people a hell of a lot more. Tax poor people a hell of a lot less. Redistribute that money. Put people on a more level playing field. And then we can look at taxes later on. Taxes need to be adjusted. Taxes are like a tool that are supposed to keep the money circulating and have the government pay. Right? The government needs to pay its bills, and then you help keep money circulating. It's twofold. So you have to have a tax system that allows people to keep as much money as they can, and it needs to incentivize money to distribute evenly. That's it. It's pretty simple. Right now, the solution for that is tax rich people a hell of a lot more, make it progressive. Maybe at 10 million, you start taxing them at 90%, whatever it might be, and you distribute the taxes more evenly. And we got a lot of debt to pay off. So we need to take a lot of money in every year to pay off the debt.
Together very well.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, here's Trump being not Putin's bitch.
Together very well. I look forward to that. The G7 used to be the G8. Barack Obama and a person named Trudeau didn't want to have Russia in. And I would say that was a mistake, because I think you wouldn't have a war right now if you had Russia in. And you wouldn't.
Immediately blames everybody for leaving Russia out. Blames all of our allies immediately. First thing he does, fuck us, fuck the allies. We should have let Putin in. This is your guys' fault. All of these problems are your fault. It's Joe Biden's fault. It's Justin Trudeau's fault. It's everybody's fault. Not Putin, though. It's definitely not Putin's fault.
Have a war right now if Trump were president 4 years ago, but it didn't work out that way. But it used to be the G8. And now it's, I guess, what's that, 8 years ago, it switched over. They threw Russia out, which I claimed was a very big mistake. Even though I wasn't in politics then, I was very loud about it. It was a mistake in that.
Oh, weird. You had a relationship with Putin before you entered office, too? That's weird. Remember that? Remember he didn't have a relationship with Putin before then, either. He was just pro-Putin before he was in office, too?
You spend so much time talking about Russia, and he's no longer at the table, so it makes life more complicated. But you wouldn't have had the war. Other than that, I think we're going to accomplish a lot together very well.
Sure you are. Sure you are. No, nobody's happy that Trump is there and being pro Russia. Let me show you here. This was another clip from right after. Sorry, Jen. These actually aren't on the outline. I got these right before. Actually, that was the same. That's the same. He basically says the same thing. And then here he is bragging about how, since Putin can't be there, I'm Putin's spokesperson. Here's Trump bragging about being Putin's spokesperson in the G7.
China here, the biggest economy in the world after the United States.
Well, it's not a bad idea. I don't mind that. If somebody wants to suggest China coming in, I think we suggest. But you want to have people that you can talk to. You know, they don't talk. Putin speaks to me. He doesn't speak to anybody else. He doesn't want to talk because he was very insulted when he got thrown out of the G8.
Oh.
As I would be, as you would be, as anybody would be. He was very insulted. And, I mean, he was thrown out by Trump.
Yeah, because he invaded another country. Do you know what, like, he says 8 or 9 years ago. Do you know why, like, he was kicked out? Is Trump ever going to talk about the fact that he invaded Crimea? He invaded Ukraine? That's why I got kicked out. He was very offended by that. Yeah, I think the Ukrainians were a little offended too. And I think everybody else in the G7 or G8 at the time was also a little offended that Russia had promised not to do something like invade Ukraine, and then they did something like invade Ukraine. And I guess they didn't take Putin's feelings into account when they said, hey, you're not allowed to invade Ukraine. And Putin's like, don't say that to me. That hurts my feelings. And then Trump's feelings apparently were hurt too. Trump at the time, remember, he just said, at the time I was saying it was a big mistake. You should just let Putin do whatever he wants and stay in the G8. Big mistake. Let him invade foreign countries. There's no problem with that.
Trudeau, who convinced 1 or 2 people, along with Obama, he was thrown out. And He's not a happy person about it, I can tell you that. He basically doesn't even speak to the people that throw him out, and I agree with him.
Yeah, he speaks to me. He doesn't talk to anybody else. He just only speaks to me. So if you want to know what Putin's thinking, you're going to want to ask Trump. Trump's the guy that will keep you posted on what Putin's thinking. So that's pretty cool for you guys in the Republican Party. You get to know what Putin's thinking at all times. All right, I'll just talk. This weekend, a politician was assassinated in Minnesota. I'm trying to remember her name now. Jesus, I should have written that down. What's her name again? Sorry, I should have written that down. Somebody remind me of her name. Melissa Hortman. Thank you. Melissa Hortman was shot in her own home. That's what I woke up to. I think that was Saturday morning, right? Was that yesterday morning or Saturday morning? Jesus, that was a long weekend. That's what we woke up to. And I was immediately blown away at how quickly this turned into like a political thing. Like before we knew anything, you had, and this is sickening, a very orchestrated, top-down approach from right-wingers, which we have seen over and over and over again. Every time somebody is attacked, you see right-wingers come out and they try and figure out a way to blame the left for this. And they'll do it with lies, and they'll do it with smears, and they pass it down to their dipshits that are unoriginal, just unoriginal copy and paste dipshit content creators who somehow amass like millions of followers without ever having an original thought of their own. They're just dumb fucking dipshits with warrants out for their arrests. Say dumb dipshit warrant out for their arrest type things. Here's one of those dumb dipshits with warrants out for their arrest.
So we have some updated news in regards to the motive behind the shooting of the 2 Minnesota state representatives.
And by updated news, by the way, and this is Debunking Junction on TikTok, who's going to stitch this. He got this from Charlie Kirk. He steals everything. There is not an original thought in this dipshit's brain. Not one. I saw him today, or last week, by the way, hosting a live, and somebody asked him why he won't debate me, and he still is claiming that, like, we're running from him because we rescheduled for one day later. We're like, could we do it tomorrow instead of Friday? And he's like, hey, we won't even talk to me anymore. He's still running. He doesn't have an original thought in his brain, which is why he doesn't actually want to debate anybody. He just wants to make dipshit copy-paste content like this.
Oh, do we now? Well, this ought to be fun.
It's looking like the man who shot them, who was a Democrat appointed by Tim Walz.
Wait, he was a Democrat? Well, you might want to tell Rupert Murdoch's right-wing newspaper because they reported that he was last registered to vote in 2022 as a Republican.
Now, they had this information. Republicans like Charlie Kirk and Laura Loomer and Benny Johnson and all the people that were running with this, they had access to this information. They knew and they know. And the whole point in them doing this is they want to consistently have a divide and never have to answer for anything that they do or anything that somebody on their side does wrong. It is not any of your fault, Republicans, that this person assassinated somebody. And we shouldn't like jump to the conclusion that if somebody's on the right, that like encompasses the entire right. So I don't want to do that. I'm not actually trying to like tie in all of you people who are pissed at me every day. I'm not saying because you're on the right that this is you. I am, however, saying that dipshits like Older Millennial and lying fucks like Charlie Kirk, who are just out there as fearmongers, as fear merchants, they can fuck all the way off. Fuck them. A politician, a sitting member of the Minnesota Congress was murdered. And their first thought was, how do we spin this into lefties doing this? There's probably some people on the left too. They were right in this case. This wasn't somebody from the left. I could probably, if we went through and if this had gone the other way, I would show you lefties that were lying to you. But it turned out they were right, so I'm not going to go look through that. They knew this. If you've ever had any doubt about whether or not these folks want to keep you pissed, you know now. And it's the same folks who criticize mainstream media. Let me tell you the difference between mainstream media and people like Charlie Kirk this weekend. Mainstream media waited. They waited to get the details before they caused hysteria. Charlie Kirk, Benny Johnson, even Richard Grinnell, everybody on the right, everyone who always tells you mainstream media lies to you. They spent hours, and they had about 4 or 5 hours before anything was confirmed. They had about 4 or 5 hours to flood the zone with absolute bullshit. And a lot of that has made its way into this YouTube chat. There are people in this YouTube chat who have no idea that there are people outside of Charlie Kirk, that there is news outside of the right-wing echo chamber that you've created, and you showed up today on Monday still believing that this was a Democrat operative. Just so that we're clear, this video will explain it, but just so you guys can see, like, in plain view, this is what's wrong with our country. On Monday, there are still hundreds of thousands of people who believe the bullshit that Charlie Kirk and older millennial were spilling. Now, older millennial, I'll give him credit. Or not credit, I'll give him an out. He's too fucking stupid, too fucking lazy, and too big of a fucking dipshit to ever do any real research of his own. Again, he just copy and pastes everybody's ideas. So, like, if you follow him and you didn't know he was a dipshit before, you might, like, I don't know if you are cognitively able to tell the difference between a lying dipshit and someone telling you the truth. So I'm not even going to kill older millennial on this, but Charlie Kirk is smart enough to know the difference. He's not as much of a dipshit, and he's not as lazy as older millennial. And so he should have known. And everybody here coming here today still thinking this is a Republican and that this was a politically motivated attack from the left. I don't know what to tell you. You don't live in reality anymore. You live in a totally different world.
And if you're thinking he may have switched parties in the last 3 years, this reporter talked to his best friend who said this.
We even asked about Mr. Bolter's political affiliations, and David Carlson, once again his roommate and best friend, known him since 4th grade, did say Bolter voted for Trump and that he was a strong supporter.
Now, I don't know about you, but to me, someone who registered as a Republican in 2022 and voted for Trump and is known as being a big supporter, that's not usually someone you'd call.
He was not a Democrat staff member. He was, and they're going to cover it here in this video, but he was on a board. He was nominated by a Republican, and then when Tim Walz came in, he kept him on the board. They keep half the people on the board. And they do that on purpose. Like, they do that to not be hyper partisan. I think that the reason that you guys are so easily, like, convinced by this is you can't imagine sharing a board with a Democrat. You can't imagine politicians who would be bipartisan. None of you remember that before Donald Trump, even Obama did it, Bush did it, Clinton did it. They all would nominate people from the other party to important positions. Donald Trump is the first politician in our life who refuses to ever nominate somebody from the other party. Historically, this has been done. Governors do it, mayors do it, presidents do it. This has been done for decades in the name of bipartisanship. It's just that you guys can't fathom a world where that exists. There we go. The Trumpers are tagging us for harassment and bullying. I might get taken down for shitting on older millennial. I've been told, who was it that told us? He has special protections from TikTok. So it's possible that our TikTok will get taken down, but he's a dipshit, so I don't care. You can take me down TikTok. I could give a fuck. I'm going to say whatever I want about this dipshit whenever I want about this dipshit.
A Democrat.
Who was a Democrat appointed by Tim Walz.
Do you not pay attention to what you put behind you in your own videos? Because Tim Walz did not become governor until January 7th, 2019, and yet the certificate behind you in your own video shows that the previous governor actually put him in place, and his term went from June 29th, 2016 to June 30th, 2018.
So now what do we do? Because you guys just said Walz appointed him. So now what do we do? Are any of you going to backtrack real quick? Any of you? He was an aide to Tim Walz. That's what they said. Thank you, Nameless. They said they started this with, he was an aide to Tim Walz. He was never an aide to Tim Walz. And he was nominated by the previous governor. Are you guys going to walk that back now? Are you going to double down with dumb shit? I bet you double down with dumb shit. You stay mad at me every fucking day. Stay mad at me. Go into chats every fucking day and call everybody who criticizes your side of the aisle liars. And then when it turns out, oh my God, we just lost 100 viewers on YouTube. We just lost 100 viewers when they fact checked right there. They got the fuck out. That's crazy. That was so fast. They just ran. Oh no, not receipts. We're out of here.
And because this board has 60 members on it, they generally keep 30 when the new governor comes in so that they're not replacing the entire board all at once. But sure enough, when his second term was complete in 2023, he's no longer found on the board.
Yeah, it looks like
maybe he was mad about that. I wonder if he was mad by being removed from the board. Amy said older millennial has a new warrant, so it's true. He does have a new warrant.
he targeted them because they voted against giving taxpayer-funded health care to illegal aliens.
And this is where the older millennial and MAGA sink into pure speculation. I mean, if this guy truly was a registered Republican, voted for Trump, and supported him, he would support the idea of...
Did you see how easy it was for older millennial to make up a narrative? We don't have a manifesto from the shooter. We didn't even know at the time when he put this out. I don't even know that we knew much about the shooter's whereabouts or their intentions. And he decided to say, because of a clip, the evidence for this, by the way, is that earlier that week, Melissa Hortman had voted for a bill to get it to pass. She disagreed with some of the provisions, but she's like, I had to get it passed. There were too many other important things, so I had to pass the bill. She was in tears about it. She was devastated that she had to do that. She knew she was going to upset a lot of people, and she knew that their anger was justified. So what did older millennial do? He just ran with it. And why did he run with that? Because he is a lazy dipshit who just, again, I promise you, go watch any video he's ever posted and then go to Twitter and you'll see 4, 5, 6 hours before he posted that video, a bunch of people were tweeting those exact details and he puts them into video form. He just takes other people's work and he copies and pastes it with his bloated fucking dumb face.
Taking medical benefits away from undocumented workers. And there's a much bigger reason of why he might have been upset.
David Carlson has known Vance Bolter for 40 plus years. They met in the 4th grade. He said that he didn't really hold a lot of really strong political beliefs, but he was staunchly anti-abortion.
That's right. The suspected shooter was a Christian preacher who held strong anti-abortion views.
Sounds pretty lib to me.
And that's why the shooter's list of potential targets included the names of abortion providers.
Gary, is that the same Gary? You're still here? Gary's the one that said Waltz was this guy was a Waltz staffer. Gary's still here, being confronted with the truth, and now he's like, oh, no, you guys will see. No, we won't, Gary, and you won't either. You better not be my dad. My dad's name's Gary. That better not be Dad. Dad, if that's you, fuck, man, be better.
And pro-choice activists, as well as dozens of Democrats. And the other thing we should pay attention to is the fact that the Minnesota House of Representatives currently has a razor-thin margin for the Republican Party of 67 to 66 votes. And the Minnesota Senate has a similar razor-thin margin with a 34 to 33 advantage for the Democrats. And that a bill needs 68 votes to pass in the House and 34 votes to pass in the Senate. And that over the last couple of months, the Democrats have been able to defeat 2 GOP anti-abortion bills. But with those bills possibly being revived in the next couple of months, maybe this guy thought he could create an artificial advantage with his violence. But once again, the older millennial and MAGA are willing to do mental gymnastics to avoid any evidence.
This bitch isn't doing any gymnastics at all, or cardio, or stretching, calisthenics. He's just a lazy fuck. He's just a lazy, and it appears, I mean, he's definitely a criminal. He's got a warrant. He's got multiple DUIs. And there's a lot of evidence that he's also using you guys to make money. This is allegedly, so that I can be careful here. I've seen a lot of videos explaining what is being alleged is a criminal enterprise that he's using to steal money. Again, allegedly. How come why is it that all these people, when they get millions of followers, they start bilking you for money and then they just fall in lockstep and they all sound exactly the same? Because they know that if they say what you want them to say, that you will give them money and you will give them support because that's all you're looking for with these people. You're just looking for somebody to stroke your little dumb ego and be like, yeah, you're right. You're like, yay, I'm right today. And that's it. And then they'll give you money. They'll lie to you and they'll give you money. And by the way, every one of them is going to be like, yeah, just like you do. That's what you're doing. You're all going to say that right now, and I'm just going to give you the challenge. Unlike this dumb bitch, I'm here every day. I've got an open phone line. Please come up and correct anything I get wrong. You're welcome to come up and correct anything I get wrong. I issued a correction on Friday for something I got wrong. I'm honest. I'm original. He's not. If I get something wrong, please correct me. But none of you will do that because you don't really care about that. You just want to hear someone who looks like you and is as lazy as you telling you things very close to a camera with those cute little lights he has behind there. That's what you want. All right. You go here. This is Randy Fine. Randy Fine went on CNN for some reason and saying the same type of shit. Randy Fine was, of course, out there stoking the flames after this. And, of course, is Randy Fine going to talk about the fact that this was a Republican, this was about abortion? By the way, you don't think that like somebody might get upset and want to kill somebody if you call all of us baby murderers all the time? You don't think that might get people upset? If you accuse us legitimately of like genocide, which Charlie Kirk does all the time, you don't think that might cause somebody to go and commit acts of violence? Perhaps perhaps it is your rhetoric. Perhaps it is calling us the enemy of the people. Perhaps it is calling us communists and Marxists all the time, even though, like, clearly nobody in the DNC is a communist. Clearly they're not Marxists. Clearly they're capitalists. Clearly. And clearly a lot of you guys are fascist. So you can even, like, this is one of those things that sucks. Like, we're calling balls and strikes here. You're doing fascism. You don't know what words mean, so you call us communists, which doesn't make any fucking sense. And then you're like, oh, it's both sides. No, it's not. One side is accurately depicting what's happening, and the other side has a conspiracy theory about these communist, like, deep staters that are trying to infiltrate the United States and create communism. And so what you're saying is that we're all, like, closeted communists. And we're not saying that you're closeted fascists. We're saying that you are open fascists. You just don't know what that word means. That's the difference between our two insults. Mine is used correctly. What Donald Trump is doing is fascism. It's being used correctly. And if you support that, you support fascism. None of this is communism. None of this is Marxism. You guys don't know what words mean. But here's Randy Fine, a man who's been caught. I mean, he just says insulting, crude things all the time. Obviously, he's not going to say that anything he did was wrong. Somehow, this was our fault. I don't even know how, like, you guys, somebody from your side, unaliving somebody from our side in an assassination where they break into their home. He has figured out a way that this is our fault.
I do want to talk
stay grassroots, stay grounded. Love that.
To you about some of the rhetoric, because there's a lot of talk about rhetoric and how this gins people up. A few years ago, you were called out for calling a school board member a whore in a text. You've called one of your congressional colleagues a terrorist. Are you part of the problem here?
Well, look, I think what people write in private text messages to each other is one thing. If I had said that in a public message, I'd understand. But I do think there are issues. Look, when we have protests on Saturday calling something no kings, when Donald Trump isn't a king, he's been elected.
How's that violent? Can somebody explain how that's violent? Like, no kings. We don't want a king. We don't want it. We don't even want to look like authoritarian. How's that violent? It's a political ideology. Now you can't you can't publicly, peacefully protest and say no kings. That's violent rhetoric. No kings is violent rhetoric. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. What's violent about saying no kings?
Overwhelmingly by the American people, and it's compared to the revolution. I mean, that is a call for violence. When people,
this is the world we live in. No kings is somehow violent, which it's not. Because Trump won overwhelmingly, he didn't. It was a pretty narrow margin of victory. Like, he won the Electoral College. He won the popular vote by, 2 million? As far as elections go, it was not overwhelming. Right? the way that again, it's always like spinning it into a story worse than it is so that you can justify it.
The American people, and it's compared to the revolution.
Who compared it to the revolution? Who was comparing the No Kings rally to the revolution? There was a war. There was a revolutionary war. Nobody compared it to the revolution. See what I mean? Like, do you see how all three things that he just said, at the very least, are exaggerated? I think this is the theme, like, consistently we need to point out with MAGA, is that in order for anything they do to make sense, in order for them to justify anything that they do, they first have to create an alternate reality of lies that seem crazier than what they're doing. And that way their people can justify what they're doing because they're like, at least we're not this crazy. But that whole thing he just talked about, none of that's real. All to justify an assassination here, which is, or I guess not justify an assassination, blame our side for an assassination.
I mean, that is a call for violence when people are waving signs that say 8647.
No, it's not. It's not. It's just not. 8647 is not a call for violence. There is a legal process to 8647. It's called impeachment. And there are multiple Democrats calling for impeachment. And I'm going to show you in a minute a very prominent right-wing content creator that you've seen on Joe Rogan multiple times. One of the most prominent right-wing guests on Joe Rogan is calling now for the impeachment of Donald Trump. He is calling to 8647. Get rid of him by constitutionally appropriate measures. That's what 8647 means.
I think we've heard this discussion about taking down the temperature after President Trump was assassinated twice.
Well, attempted. First guy, registered Republican. They have found no ties to any, like, he gave, what, $15 to Act Blue once. And then the second guy, both of these people are radicals. Both people who tried to assassinate Trump were fringe groups that were targeted specifically by Russian disinformation, which makes sense, right? Like, if you're going to get targeted with Russian disinformation and Russia's goal is to divide, you're going to have these fringe lie elements that get you angry. So the first kid was targeted, and he was a gun nut. He was in all these 2A groups. He was targeted, and we have record of this from Cambridge Analytica, which is Steve Bannon's group. He was one of the people targeted, and his family, in the 2016 election with misinformation. The second guy was targeted the same way, and then when he stopped liking Trump, he became even more radical, but he went left. Then he believed in conspiracy theories that were upholding Trump, that were like Trump was I'm trying to remember what his that he was I think he was a Mossad agent. I can't remember exactly what it was. I'd have to go back and read it. Both of those people were radical. None of them had to do with any of the shit he's talking about. Right? None of them. They just, and in fact, if I remember correctly, didn't the kid that he also had directions to, like, Joe Biden's rallies? He had looked at, like, going to multiple different rallies. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. I'm pretty sure the kid from Butler also had directions or had Googled directions and was scouting out Joe Biden rallies. Again, but see, you guys are saying I'm spouting lies again. Because you want to justify what's happening. You want to keep believing that Donald Trump isn't this psychotic, lost his mind psychopath, which he is. He has lost his fucking mind, and you guys don't want to believe it. So you will just go in circles to try and create a narrative that makes sense, and that's what Randy Fine's doing here.
And I don't think people are getting the message. So this is
Are you
real.
not getting the message
it's a concern, and we all have
to be fair? Is it fair to say that the way that you speak to your colleagues, what you say about them, and the fiery rhetoric that you also use is also an issue that you're thinking about maybe changing?
It's a fair point, but I think fiery rhetoric is different than a call for violence. Calling evil for what it is, calling danger for what it is acceptable. It's when you cross that line and you say, and that person should be killed.
Who said that on our side? In fact, I've only heard Trump call for that type of violence. The only politician I can think of, and you can probably find examples, the only one off the top of my head I can think of is Trump. When he talked about treason and he talked about tribunals. And he did that a lot. Every time you say that somebody has committed treason and that they should be punished for and prosecuted for treason, death is one of the punishments for treason. I'm not even saying that Trump necessarily said like kill them, but if we're gonna get specific, who's he talking about right now? Which left-leaning politician has called for the death of Donald Trump? I don't know of one. I don't know of a single one.
That's never a line that I've crossed, nor do I think it should be done. But we saw that kind of rhetoric just on Saturday at these protests, and I think that
Somebody go to Twitter or Perplexity, and this guy's name's Randy Fine. If you can find it, find me clips of Randy or tweets of Randy Fine calling for violence. See if we can find any.
that is a problem. We've seen it repeatedly with President Trump for years, and I do think it's a problem. And the problem is these people are crazy. This guy in Minnesota, he's going to turn out to be crazy. And when crazy people hear these things, these problems do well up.
Yeah, he's crazy. He's crazy. And what seemed to radicalize him? You Republicans calling people doing abortion murderers. That was like his big thing. His big thing was abortion. It's always wild to me, by the way, all these men that like become abortion obsessed. Judah said, felt physically ill when I heard the news of the shootings on Saturday. It was supposed to be a special day celebrating my nephew's 13th birthday, but my heart just wasn't in it. My admiration for those of you who get up every morning and continue to fight for what's right is immeasurable. Love and continued support from, I don't know what flag that is. Hey, Jen.
Hi.
Hey.
I've got lots of people on YouTube that are just so much copium.
Well, it's a tough day. It's tough trying to figure that how to defend this. Tiffany said, acting out my visceral reactions. You're welcome. And Fax said, I'm changing my name to younger Gen Xer. All right, how about it, Jen?
All right. Well, so we've got about 2 hours left of the show. We do this each day, Monday through Friday, from 9:30 to 1 Pacific time. As much as people disagree, this is our job, and we are crowdfunded. As much as might piss you off, we are able to do this by your gifts, so that we can keep doing this and pissing Mag off each day. So how will you do that is Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats all go towards knocking out that gift goal. It's in that top left-hand corner of the screen. I think the number might need to be updated. I probably have to send you a new tool. But we try to wrap that up before the show ends. So if you guys could help us knock out that balance before the day ends, that would be awesome. So also, if you haven't subscribed to us yet, please do so. On TikTok, we have got subscriptions. On Twitch, you can use your Amazon Prime sub. Remember, you have to renew that each month because it doesn't automatically renew. We have free subscriptions on YouTube, but we also have 4 different memberships if you'd like to support us that way. Also, if you guys disagree, you guys can come on and talk to RTV. And how you do that is if you look at the Venmo username, it's the same as my Discord. So it's Jen, 2 N's, Dub, 2 B's, the number 1. And then I can bring you on and talk in real time. And then also check out our link tree. We are on most social media platforms. We've got merchandise. We're on Spotify, which we're trying to get up to 10,000 hours here soon, which I haven't checked them recently. So that we can do that. So if you guys want to help turn on those previous episodes, that would be fantastic. We've got merch, and Jay's also on Cameo. And yeah, Deport King Pop, I am going to have a shitty joke. It's kind of my thing. So you can count on me for that. So this one actually came from V-Tang on the server. Why did the spoon agree with the knife?
It's got to be something about forks. I don't know.
Because the knife had a point.
Oh no, I was wrong. That was terrible. That was bad. Who sent that joke?
V-Tang.
Right.
V-Tang.
Well,
V-Tang.
It was on brand. It was on brand. That was terrible.
It was, but that's what I'm known for. I mean, we could go back to the dirty jokes. I know you like those.
Yeah, I like them all. Give them all.
Good.
All right. I teased this earlier, but here is Dave Smith on with Breaking Points with Crystal and Sager. Oh, there's a live. Geez, getting more TikTok violations. If you don't recognize Dave Smith, you may recognize Dave Smith from his many, many, many appearances on Joe Rogan. Dave Smith is a self-proclaimed libertarian. He is a very anti-war libertarian, and he kind of came out of the woodwork and became, I wouldn't say a Trump loyalist, but like he endorsed Donald Trump. He supported Donald Trump, and he told Crystal and Sager early on that he had reservations, but he was endorsing Trump. And if he wound up being wrong about Donald Trump, he would come on their show and he would tell them that he was wrong about Donald Trump. And here is, again, one of the most popular figures on the right, comedian, libertarian, Joe Rogan guest extraordinaire, Dave Smith. And look, Dave Smith and I actually agree on a lot of things with foreign policy. I don't know that we had, in fact, I think Dave Smith and I probably agree on a lot of things. I think our interpretation of things are a little bit differently. I think Dave Smith lives in a world full of right-wing men. And so his version of culture, or his interpretation on the culture of the United States, I think is just wrong. I don't think he has like a very broad view of that. I think it's narrow, and I think that most of the places where Dave Smith and I disagree are going to be in places where we just have different experience. But when it comes to fighting regime change war, when it comes to murdering innocent people, Dave Smith and I are on the same page. Here's Dave Smith on Breaking Points apologizing for his support of Donald Trump.
That the Pentagon told George W. Bush that we cannot go to war with Iran because we do not have escalation dominance against them, essentially meaning that they can hit all of our bases and embassies in the region, and we are very vulnerable to them. And we've already seen demonstrated since the Israeli attack that the Iranian the missiles that they sent last year toward Israel, as many of us guessed, that wasn't really their best. They were intentionally making an attack that wouldn't really hurt anybody, that wouldn't really lead to a war, which Iran has done over and over again. But now we've pushed them to the point where they probably don't feel that they have the option not to respond. And Donald Trump telling them to come back to the negotiating table now is a joke.
Yeah.
I mean, what a impotent leader to be sitting there talking about coming back to the negotiating table. It's like sitting after Pearl Harbor and telling FDR, now's the time to go negotiate with the Japanese.
Right.
Negotiations are over now. The time for negotiations was before this. And so, yeah, Donald Trump looks, and man, I supported him this last year. I apologize for doing so. It was a bad calculation. At the time, it seemed like the right one. But he should be impeached and removed for this one. Wow. And not on some like not on some ridiculous Nancy Pelosi. Of course the Congress will never do it because they're all a bunch of, corrupt hacks.
This is the pussies. I can say it. They can't because I don't have sponsors. I can say it for you, Dave. Yeah, they're all cowards. I don't know why he blamed Nancy Pelosi there. This is one of those times when I feel like somebody said Dave Smith asked the right questions, gets the wrong answers. Yeah, it's not going to be Nancy Pelosi's fault. It's going to be Republicans. It's going to be Republicans unwilling to stand up and do the right thing and remove this fucking lunatic from office. He's a lunatic. He's lost it. He's incompetent. He's impotent. Whatever Trump had that I didn't like. I've never liked Trump, but he was better than this. He wasn't incoherent. He is totally incoherent at this point. And is unfortunately for Trump is like when he becomes incoherent, as he ages, not like a fine wine, he falls back into like that the normal version of himself. And the regular version of Trump is a psychopath, a narcissist. And so he's not aware of what's going on, but he's absolutely sure that he's correct. And that's a dangerous place to be. That's a dangerous place to be when you have a cognitively failing narcissist. Because the part of them, the knee-jerk reaction, like as you go through cognitive decline, like your body is still programmed to react certain ways. And Donald Trump's reaction to everything that is negative about him is to hit back harder and is to never admit defeat. We now have war. We're on the verge of war. We're on the verge of potentially riots. And shout out to everybody from the No Kings protests out there this weekend who took extra steps not to be violent. And we showed who is the violent party. This weekend, when you guys were supposed to be celebrating the army, when you guys you're mad at us because we didn't give a shit about your dumbass parade. While you guys were supposed to be celebrating the army and we were protesting Donald Trump's fascism, you had a Republican, an elected Republican, by the way, go out and assassinate a politician. You had a far-right extremist in Salt Lake City, what appears to shoot somebody because he thought they were an immigrant, though they were, I believe, Polynesian. They were not. All reports from the people that I've talked to, including some people who were very close to the shooter, not close like they knew him, but they were close around. It appeared that he was looking for somebody specific. We had an assassination there. There was an attempt with a man in Trump gear to pull out his weapon, or he did pull out his weapon here in Mesa, Arizona, walked right into a crowd, started pushing him around, and then when they pushed him back, brandished a weapon. While we were out peacefully protesting, your response was violence. And at the same time, Israel, who you guys have been saying deserves to defend itself, somehow deserves to defend itself by proactively sending bombs into Iran. Oh, and by the way, doing the same shit they said in Israel, bombing hospitals that they claimed they don't do. Bombing an apartment building which killed 60 people, innocent people, dead, so that they could take out one leader. This is the side of violence. And look, the history of the world, the most violent people in the history of this world have almost always been religious people who were fighting change. That's it. It's always religious wars. It's always fundamentalists. And that's what we have right now. We have fundamentalists fighting war. We don't like change. I can't believe that in America, the party that won the election is also the party who is fighting for another country, Israel, to have the ability to kick out anybody who isn't ethnically or religiously aligned with them. That's what we fought. That's why we came here. That's why America exists, is because Americans wanted to exist in a country where the government didn't get to dictate how you worshiped. And you could be there if you were an immigrant. And now our country, the most powerful people in our country, the right, and even just like moderate conservatives, and then people like John Fetterman and people like Chuck Schumer and the neocons that we have over there in the Democrat Party, they're all fighting for Israel to have an ethno-state. And we're sided with them. We're on their side. And they duped you. They all just told you like, oh, no, this is totally about their right to defend themselves. Okay, fine. I didn't agree. I do agree Israel has the right to defend themselves. I do agree that the attacks on October 7th were horrendous, and I do agree that the people who carried out those acts should be hunted down. They should be brought to justice. I agreed with all of that. But where you lost me was the weeks after October 7th, where you started bombing hospitals and you started bombing schools and you started obliterating neighborhoods. And you said, we're going to move these people just a little bit over here so we can get Hamas. And then we're going to move them a little bit here and a little bit here. And now they're stuck in the bottom corner of the country where they've got Egypt on this side saying, whoa, we don't want the problems here. And their backs are against the wall to Egypt. And they're waiting for food. And then Israel's cutting off their food and starving men, women, and children who had nothing to do with this, all in the name of we need to defend ourselves. And then the defend ourselves people launched a preemptive attack into Iran. And we're siding with them. A majority of this country is like, yeah, those are the good guys. Did we learn nothing from the Iraq war? Nothing? Not one thing from the Iraq war? Who was it that was telling us? Who was it that was influencing our politicians, the Bushes specifically, for decades, saying Saddam Hussein just around the corner is going to have weapons of mass destruction? It's just around the corner. It's just around the corner. It happened during Jimmy Carter's president. It happened during the first Bush. It happened during Clinton. It happened during the second Bush. And the second Bush was finally the one who took the bait. And he took our entire military and we invaded Iraq. And did we find those weapons of mass destruction? Nope. Did we fight a 20-year fucking war over it? Yeah. For what reason? What was the reason we fought that war in Iraq? Everybody for over a decade has basically agreed. Trump ran on this in 2015. He destroyed Jeb Bush. He was like, your family took us into a war we never should have been a part of. I guess he left out the part where it was Netanyahu like in their ear all the time. Oh, this is, yeah, Saddam's got him. You can go watch the clips. You can watch Netanyahu in front of the United States Congress saying, it's just around the corner. If we don't get rid of Saddam Hussein now, he's going to get these weapons. But if we do get rid of Saddam Hussein, there will be peace in the Middle East. Oh, that fucking worked. Yeah, that really fucking worked. Oh, if we get rid of Osama bin Laden, there will be peace in the Middle East. Oh, that fucking worked. If we get rid of Soleimani, there will be peace in the Middle East. Oh, that fucking worked. How many more times do we have to fight a regime change war before it stops working? How many times did I have to hear from you motherfuckers? Oh, you guys, Tulsi Gabbard got ran out of the DNC because she didn't fight regime change wars. Where the fuck's Tulsi Gabbard right now? You guys listening to Tulsi Gabbard? Where's she? Where's Tulsi Gabbard right now talking about regime change wars? Nowhere? Nowhere to be found? Oh, okay. You guys are just doing regime change wars now, right? See how easy it is to dupe you folks? You all were in our chat 6 months ago going, you guys are the pro-war party. Oh, all right. Okay. We're the pro-war party. There's a few people like Dave Smith who don't give a fuck if they get it wrong. If you get it wrong, just apologize later. I got it wrong for years. I was a Republican for years. I got it wrong. I was too supportive of Joe Biden. You can get things wrong. It's those of you who get it wrong, and now we're here, and now we're on the verge of being pulled into a war for Israel for God knows why, and because you're too arrogant to just admit that you were wrong, and that this guy's a fucking psycho. We're gonna get drug into a war because of your arrogance. The one thing to remember about Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth and Kash Patel and Michael Flynn is that they're all fucking cowards. They really, really are. There's different types of cowardice. There is like the courage it takes to go into a war and to fight somebody on the battlefield. And I think Pete Hegseth probably has that courage. And I think Michael Flynn has that courage. Clearly, Donald Trump doesn't have that courage. He's running from those wars forever. And then there's the courage to admit that you were wrong and avoid disaster. And nobody currently in power on the right has the courage to admit they were wrong, to avoid disaster. And yes, if Donald Trump came out tomorrow and admitted that he was wrong, and Republicans tomorrow came out and admitted they were wrong, they would probably lose the midterms. And they're probably going to lose the midterms anyway. Because America is not that, like, as a citizenry, we're not that forgiving when you fuck up that badly. And we shouldn't be. But that's where we are. If you elect leaders who will never admit that they are wrong, and everybody in here is complicit that voted for Donald Trump. If you vote for a human being who legitimately has never admitted they were wrong, I think we held a competition for this. I think I had to pay somebody $20 because they, after like a week, it might have been Dusty. Somebody found like one instance of Trump kind of saying he was wrong, and I think I had to pay him $20. But this is a man who will never admit that he's wrong. And he will let people die rather than admit that he was wrong. He will allow an insurrection on our Capitol to just go on because he doesn't want to admit that he's wrong. Dave Smith, I'll give him, this should be celebrated. Whatever you want to say about Dave Smith before the election, fine. He's admitting it now. Donald Trump has lost it, and he's dragging us into war for the dumbest fucking reasons. There is some, I did see this, and I have to check it, so I haven't put it up now. Israel is in a lot of financial trouble. Israel has been printing money at a speed that would make the United States that makes the United States jealous. Like, I didn't know you could print that much money. Economically, they are fucked. I think what we're seeing right now, and this is an opinion that I'm happy to go back on once I get more evidence, so just take this with a grain of salt. I think Israel saw the writing on the wall. I think they're clearing out Palestine for foreign investment to rescue their economy, and I think they want Iranian oil. Because the reality is Israel has printed way too much money. Their money is virtually worthless. Israel would be fucked without the United States. And now you see Netanyahu, the war criminal, backed into a corner with no legitimate way out, without having to admit, just say, like, you know what, I fucked up. It is what it is. Let's go mea culpa to the whole world. Let's see if the world will help us out of this. Like, we fucked up. Instead of doing that, I think what he's going to do is he's going to level Palestine, which he's already done. And you've already heard Trump and other people around the world talk about investing in Palestine, which will bring cash influxes that Israel desperately needs. And then you need oil. For my whole life, I've been told that the United States fights wars for oil. And all of you guys agreed with that in 2015 when Donald Trump was saying it. I would like the 2015 MAGA folks back, please. I would like the 2015 MAGA folks back that could see clearly that our war in Iraq and Afghanistan were unjustified and were about resources, and that we allowed powerful people to drag us into war for resources. And that's what Trump was coming in to change. And now here we are 9-10 years later, and he's dragging us into a war that's about money and oil. Think about it. Has Iran hurt you? Is Iran a problem? And if you think Iran's a problem, now you got to follow up. Why do you think Iran is a problem? Because they have nuclear weapons. They are developing nuclear capabilities, right? That's what you've been told. Do they have nuclear capabilities? No, they do not. They're just getting close. That's what you said about Iraq. It wasn't true about Iraq. Iran's on the record multiple times. They're not building a nuclear weapon. We used to have an agreement in place. Why do you think the Israelis were so supportive of Trump withdrawing from the Iranian nuclear agreement? Somebody explain this to me. Somebody explain to me how, if you're Israel and your number one concern is Iran getting a nuclear weapon, why would you support pulling out of a deal that gives us physical oversight over the Iranian nuclear program? Make sense of that. Make sense of why Israel would want no eyes on Iran. Could it possibly be because they knew that if we had inspectors in there and the inspectors were confirming that they weren't making nuclear weapons, that Israel would not be able to invade Iran and take their oil? That none of these attacks would look justified? Explain why Netanyahu was so comfortable funding Hamas for years. For years. He knew where that money was going. He was still funding Hamas. It almost seems to me that this is conspiracy. Again, I'm happy to be wrong about this. But the way things are laying out, it seems like it's very possible that Netanyahu is sacrificing his own people for, like, the future of Israel, for the future economic gain of Israel. That's what it looks like. Looks like human sacrifice on top of genocide. Like genocide and then sacrificing his own people. Why? You knew Iran was going to come back and hit you with missiles. You knew you couldn't hold up to their defenses, and now Tel Aviv is being blown up. Innocent people are dying in Tel Aviv now too. Has Netanyahu been able to explain to anybody why the fuck he's bombing Iran? Because so far all I've heard is, oh, they might have nukes soon. That's justification? By the way, you know who has nukes? Israel. Why the fuck does Israel have nukes? Why'd we allow Israel? If you were every other country around Israel, wouldn't you be like, could they maybe not have nukes, please? I don't know if Israel's like, if they're the people that we trust. So Israel can have them, but Iran can't. And Iran can't have them because Iran is backed by Russia and Russia has them, so that's the check. But Israel can have them even though Israel's backed by the United States. Do you see the problem here? None of this makes any fucking sense. Back to Dave.
Like the right one, but he should be impeached and removed for this one. Wow. And not on some not on some ridiculous Nancy Pelosi. Of course, the Congress will never do it because they're all a bunch of corrupt hacks.
This is the one thing they support. This is
Donald Trump should be impeached and removed for this. All of his supporters should turn on him. It's the absolute betrayal of everything that he ran and campaigned on and everything that he stood for. And I will say, despite the fact that, Donald Trump supporters have been labeled like a cult following, and that certainly is true for a percentage of his supporters, he is going to lose his coalition over this. I don't just speak for myself when I say there are a lot of us who simply will not go along with this. So it's just a devastating mistake. By the way, on top of that, he's also going to lose the deportation fight because of this. Because right now he needed all the political capital he could have to turn that, you got a majority support for deportations, but the minority is very mobilized and they're out and they're protesting all around the country. He needed all of his political capital for that move. So here's what we got. The neocons win. More war abroad and, bomb the world and invite the world. No matter who you vote for, you always get John McCain.
I like that, actually. Look, Dave Smith has way more credibility than me. Like, if I'm just sitting here and I'm saying that Trump is going to lose his support for this, you're talking about, like, my opinion is going to be based on what I've seen historically and the handful of Trump supporters that I have in my life that I talk to, and whether or not, like, they're going to continue to support Trump. Dave Smith is a thought leader on the right, and specifically a specific segment of the right that I think rightfully so you can credit with Donald Trump's victory. Like I said, I don't know that there's many people in the world that Joe Rogan respects more than Dave Smith. The right-wing podcast, like Dave Smith's going to go on. He's going to go on with Andrew Schultz's podcast, which is one of the top 10 biggest podcasts in the world. He's going to go on Joe Rogan's podcast, which is obviously the biggest podcast in the world. He's going to go on with Theo Vaughn. He's going to go on with Tim Dillon. He's going to go on with all of these right-wing podcasts. And by the way, all of these right-wing podcasters, they are grifters. They do not give a fuck about Donald Trump. Maybe Joe Rogan's not a grifter. I'm fair. It's fair. I think he's sold out, but I don't know if he's a grifter. They're gonna put their finger up and they're gonna say which way is the political wind blowing. And the political wind, the people like Dave Smith, millennials and younger, especially men, they don't want to side with Israel. They don't want to be cucks to Israel. They're gonna be mad about this. Donald Trump just blew a ton of support, and unless he reverses course quickly, his coalition on the right is cooked. And Dave Smith will make sure of that. Dave Smith is one of the few people within the right, and because he wasn't like a Trumper all the time, and because the reason that he claimed to support Trump was because Trump was anti-war, Dave Smith has a ton of credibility on the right. I think he deserves the credibility. Again, I don't agree with a lot of the stuff Dave Smith says, but he took a principled stand, and he thought that Trump would go in, and Trump would be a good negotiator, and Trump would end these wars. And not only has he not ended the wars, he's allowing them to escalate, and he is siding with Israel, and Dave Smith doesn't have it. The other person that, again, we've got to talk about is Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes controls like an army of incels. And that army of incels who helped get Trump elected are all turning on Trump now. And they're turning on him for not only because of the war stuff. They're saying, like, I saw a picture of Nick Fuentes wearing an America First hat, like, as a joke. Like, I thought we were doing America First. And to him, America First means, like, white Americans first. He doesn't believe it. He doesn't say America First for the same reason. He's not on the same page as somebody on our side of the aisle is. But he is turning on Trump. Two of the most, like, whatever you want to say about Nick Fuentes, he is a racist. He is a Nazi, but he is a principled one. He stands on the things that, like, he stands on his bigoted views. And he has an army of followers that stand on those bigoted views. And right now they feel like that they are, and they don't like Jewish people very much. And right now that branch feels like Donald Trump is letting Jewish people control the America First movement, and they don't like that. So you have the army of incels who we've been battling against who bought into Donald Trump. And then you have the libertarians or the libertarian adjacents like Dave Smith, and they're also turning on Trump. Trump's coalition, his majority is done right now. If an election was held today, he'd be fucked. If the midterms are held today, he's fucked. I don't know what Trump can do to win that back, but he's losing incredibly important support, and it's important support that is principled support that won't come running back when he goes out and sends out a tweet about him. If he tweets about Dave Smith's not going to give a fuck. In fact, it will embolden Dave Smith. If Trump tweets at Nick Fuentes, it won't push him back. They will be emboldened because these people, whether you like their principles or not, they are principled. Principled people don't cave to Donald Trump. People like Lindsey Graham cave. People like Ted Cruz cave. But people with principles, they don't cave when Trump mean tweets at them. So it'll be interesting to follow going forward. I want to read. Make sure I got this message through. Mary, I didn't see a message that came through with that. Thank you very much. If you did have something to say, will you message it to Jen? Because I just didn't see a message that came through there. Frankie said, thanks, Jay. Push Pop said, this is facts. Thanks. FOD said, I love that you're covering Iran, bro. It's why you're the boss. Well fucking done. Mad respect. Guy Sappington said, DNC Warrior investigates New York County voting. Send that to me, will you, Guy? And then Dreamliner said, I love how Jay analyzes jokes. Thank you very much. Did I get all those? Danielle, thank you for joining the Dollar Train. Jamar said, butts and beads OF. That's for Jen. Are we calling it that, Jen? Butts and beads OF? Right.
Nope.
No, that's just no. Let's see. Did I do this one? Yeah, I want to show this. Remember I told you that there was the clip of we talked about like Afghanistan and how they were close to nuclear weapons. Look how far this goes back. Shout out to who was this? Project Unite Humanity for putting this compilation together. Listen to Israel proxies lie for decades about Iran being months away from building a nuclear weapon. Now, I don't know enough about Iran's current nuclear program to say whether or not they were months away from building a nuclear weapon. There are people far more qualified to talk about that than myself. But I will say this, that I know how long a month is. It's generally around 30 days, and months is plural, and a few is usually like 2 or 3. So look how many times we have been told, and for how many years, that Iran was months away from building a nuclear weapon.
It will take Iran about 12 months to enrich enough nuclear material for a single nuclear weapon.
United States Secretary of State Antony Blinken is warning that Iran is potentially just months away or less from nuclear breakpoint.
Iran is 2 months away from a nuclear weapon, and it's a victory to get them 1 year away?
Iran could be less than a month away from building a nuclear weapon.
Netanyahu has made 2 tough-talking TV appearances, saying that Iran is just months away from making a nuclear bomb.
What is important to understand is that you have to dismantle the entire terror empire, and especially before its main practitioners.
That's 2001. As they're showing cleanup from the Twin Towers, and as Netanyahu is blaming Saddam Hussein and talking about weapons, he's also talking about Iran. Folks, it's 2025. That's 24 years ago. They've been months away for 24 years. This is the same guy. This is Netanyahu. I know this is small. This is the guy who just launched an attack on Iran. And here he was 24 years ago saying they were a few months away. We've been completely duped by Israel. And I think, like, I was talking to one of my favorite Republican friends about, like, our relationship with Israel, and specifically, like, how Israel has so much power. And this is my opinion. This is, again, a lot of opinion today. But I'm open to a different interpretation of what I've seen. I think that Israel has a lot of power over us because of who we are as a country. And I think it has, I apologize in advance, I think it has a lot to do with virtue signaling and Christianity. And in America, our politicians for the entirety of my life virtue signal. They love virtue signaling, and they love talking about their Christianity, and they love talking about their beliefs. And you have people that come up and say things like, Huckabee Sanders' dad was like, I'm a Christian, I'm a Christian, conservative, Republican, in that order, or some shit like that. But basically, like, I'm a Christian first. If you have somebody who is so prominently a Christian and so openly a Christian, and who makes Christianity such a part of their life, those people are the easiest people in the world to win over. Those people are the easiest people in the world to blackmail. And what we do know about Israel that's come out for years is that Israel has used blackmail. There are rumors that Israel controlled Epstein, which would make sense. It would make sense that that they would use Epstein's actions and abuse of children to control him. We've heard about honeypot situations multiple times. Honeypot. If you're unfamiliar with a honeypot, that's where like somebody, let's say you go on a foreign trip and they bring in like a sex worker and they videotape it, but you're a Christian, you're away from your wife, and then you get home and then that foreign entity says, hey, we've got this video, so make sure that you vote with us. Make sure you vote for the things that we want, or we're going to release this video. And you see stuff like this when people, anytime, everybody knows this. If you turn on Israel in this country, if you openly turn on Israel and you had supported them before, you get all hell breaks loose for you. Russia does the same thing. We do the same thing. Muted, you fucker. We do it to other countries too. But I've learned this through years of therapy and growing up in a high demand religion, and even my religion had this correct. It was even, I don't even remember what scripture it was in, one of our Book of Mormon scriptures. There might have even been like Doctrine and Covenants, which is like the prophecies given to Joseph Smith. But essentially, like, and thematically, this is throughout the Bible as well. Thematically, this idea is that you are never going to be duped by somebody different than you. Like the devil is cunning, right? The devil uses proximity to your beliefs to deceive you. So if the devil, if you're a Christian, is going to deceive you, Miss Terry, you can't hear me? Can everybody hear me okay? On TikTok? Swipe in and out? Okay, sorry. If the devil's going to deceive you, they're going to do it with something that looks similar to what you believe, right? If, for example, like the slippery slope idea. That comes from people doing something just like closely related or just slightly off from what you believe. And then you can take a little step further and a little step further and a little step further and a little step further, and eventually you're separated from reality. But it was these baby steps and you didn't realize that you got there. If you are a person who is a Christian and you are publicly a Christian, legitimately the worst thing that could happen to you is a public scandal. Especially if that public scandal includes something sexual, whether it be like maybe it is a gay relationship. Maybe it's a relationship you had with somebody you're opposed to, a trans person. Maybe it's that you had an abortion, and you're out there and you're vehemently anti-abortion. I mean, how many times now? This is a perfect example. You just had that state senator in South Carolina who had been given an award by the Moms for Liberty for like legislator of the year for his work to protect children because he was out openly like transphobic, consistently fighting against trans people. And then the next year he gets arrested for distributing child exploitation images online. Right? But openly, publicly, the Christians are like, this is the guy. He clearly cares about our children. Behind closed doors. And that's the worst thing that could happen to a Christian, is that the things that they publicly advocate for, they are shown to be a hypocrite behind closed doors because it is your identity. And Israel knows that, which is also how somehow Israel has convinced Christian Americans that because in the scripture it says that Israel will be returned to the Jews, and because that's in the Bible, that somehow it is imperative for American Christians to make sure that Israel remains for the Jewish folks no matter what they do. No matter what. If they commit a genocide against the Palestinian people, then it must have been God's plan, because obviously in that book, God said this should be returned to the people of Judah. Which is crazy, by the way, because the book doesn't say anything about a government. It doesn't say that the government will be run by Jewish folks. It simply means that the land of their inheritance they can return to, which for me, in reading the Bible, would mean that that would require a peaceful world. It would require a world that was following the teachings of Jesus so well that we were no longer fighting about religion. I don't think that the Bible predicts that you're going to have this world come together where what's really going to happen is God created this country called Israel, and he gave them nuclear weapons, and they developed a relationship with the United States, and they attacked everybody who had the audacity to cause them any problems. I just don't think that's like the Jesus that I read about in the New Testament. So ironically also, if you're a Christian and you're like, oh, I believe in this prophecy from the Torah and from the Old Testament, you are not supposed to believe. You are supposed to believe that there is a new law. The law from the Old Testament is replaced by the law in the New Testament, but somehow Christians in this country have been persuaded that the new law actually isn't really a new law, and somehow both laws exist. And so we need to kill people in the name of Israel, in the name of returning the land of the Jews from the Bible to the Jews. And so we have to be on board with that. Now, how does that happen? How does it happen that, like, historically, by the way, there was like this friction between Christians and Jews, and historically there have been murders and there have been wars about you killed Jesus, so we're going to go to war with you. Into this book that nobody can prove is true, you guys killed our guy, and so we're not gonna treat you kindly. Historically, there's been friction there, but somehow we merged these two ideologies into a scenario where they are vitally important to each other. And the only way I could figure out that you could get to that point is through a hell of a lot of convincing. And one of the most powerful ways to persuade people is by blackmailing them. And I think that that's also why we may not have the Epstein files. Let's go full-blown conspiracy today. Let's do it. I think conservatives can agree with me on this one. I think that there's a real chance that the reason we don't have the Epstein files is because of some of the stuff that we know in the Epstein files, which is that foreign governments, and I want to be very fucking clear about this. This has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. This has nothing to do with Jewish people. This has nothing to do with a bullshit belief that Jews run the world and there's a cabal of Jewish people. And so I don't want this to come off as anti-Semitic. I want to be very clear. This has everything to do with the government of Israel, who, by the way, ethnically, mostly not Jewish. Religiously, they say they're Jewish, but they don't really practice the teachings from the Torah. And I don't even really know like what makes these people Jewish except for the fact that they say they're Jewish. What I think they are is warmongers. So I want to be very fucking clear about that. But I think that the reason we don't have the Epstein files is because it's going to implicate them. It's going to implicate the IDF. I think it's also like, what did we find out when we got the JFK files? Israel was in there a lot. Why was Israel in the JFK files so much? Wasn't that kind of weird? For those of us who like didn't grow up with this conspiracy theory, I was baffled. I was a little bit lost at the time. I was like, why the? And now I'm like, oh no, it makes sense. They're in everything. But that's otherwise. How do you explain how such a small country with so little to offer the United States, we get virtually nothing from them, has convinced millions of Americans that they have like a religious obligation to allow Israel to do whatever the fuck they want? That's why I don't like religion. I think religion is the problem in this world. I think if you could somehow, which you can't, if you could somehow wipe everybody's religious beliefs out of their mind tomorrow and start over, the world would immediately be peaceful. Immediately. Because what religion allows you to do is hate people for thinking differently than you. And it stifles conversation. It stifles innovation. It stifles free thought. It stifles reality. And that's the reality that we're in right now. is that we are about to be dragged into a war by a country who's pretending to be religious, pretending to follow the teachings of I guess not Jesus, of God, of the Old Testament God, of the God of the Torah. They're pretending that they're being like him. And then we have Christians in America with a leader who's pretending to be Christian, who doesn't know a fucking thing about Christianity, but has figured out that, oh my God, if I say I'm Christian, if I say that I have Christian beliefs, these fuckers will just do whatever. They'll be along with whatever. Like, it comes out civilly. There's a whole court case. There's this whole court case that says, like, yeah, I sexually abused a woman, but they don't care because I said I'm Christian and I convinced them that the other side is anti-Christian. And so here we are. Here we are about to be dragged into war by a fake Christian and a fake practitioner of Judaism who really just want power, who really just want money, who really just want to cover up their own mistakes and take it out on other people and steal their resources. Those two people collectively are going to drag us into war, and people will lose lives. Men, women, children will lose lives. Unless this has been updated, from my understanding, the first casualty in Iran was a child. The very first casualty was a child. And in that apartment building, there were innocent men, women, and children who all died, something like 50 to 60 of them. We have hundreds of thousands of innocent people who have been murdered in Palestine for a fake religious war. And the leaders of those wars are so far removed from the teachings of both of those religions that it's indistinguishable. And we can't come together on this and be like, we got to tell Trump to shut the fuck up, and we got to put Netanyahu in his place. Netanyahu is the most prolific war criminal of our lifetimes, and it's not even fucking close. Like, it's not even fucking close. Perhaps Bush and the United States is higher. But if you're going to assign it to one person, it's Netanyahu, and it's not close. If you're going to assign it to a country, you may want to look at the United States. But that's the fucking problem. We think we're the good guys right now. We're killing people. We're supporting a genocide. And somehow we're like, the religious right is the one that's like, yeah, we got to keep doing this. It's very important that, from our understanding of the Old or the New Testament, Jesus thinks it's really important that we murder these people. It's very, very important. And then why are you all afraid of Islam? Why are you afraid of Muslims? Oh, because they're radical fundamentalists. Yeah, some of them. Some of them are radical fundamentalists, huh? And that's scary. Radical Christian fundamentalists are scary. A radical Christian fundamentalist just assassinated a sitting state senator, Speaker of the House in Minnesota. A radical religious fundamentalist. If that dude in Minnesota was Muslim, we might just like be bombing the Middle East right now. We might see like a roundup of all Muslim people in the United States. But when it's a radical Christian terrorist, it's fine. It's not Christianity. That doesn't represent Christianity as a whole. If it's a Muslim person, though, it represents Muslims as a whole. It's crazy. Like, it's so transparent. When you stop being religious and you see the world through like just above the fray, where you don't have this make-believe shit, this make-believe religion and these make-believe wars in your head and this like good versus evil, when you don't have that anymore, it's pretty clear who the good guys and the bad guys are. And Tim Walz is getting a lot of shit for this lately because Republicans are fucking idiots and you guys are playing the religious war game. But Tim Walz in front of Congress last week said, you know what? It's kind of hard at this point to say China's the bad guy. It's pretty fucking hard. Because, yeah, is China cheating? Sure. Are they ripping off our ideas? Yeah. Do they manipulate their currency? Yeah. Did they have I don't know, I guess, yeah, we'll call it a genocide of the Uyghur people? Yeah. Have they treated people poorly? Yeah. Did Mao kill a bunch of people? Yeah. All of those things are true. But right now, for the last 10 years, For the last 20 years? Just do the numbers. Do the numbers. Who's causing the problems? Who's killing people? It's us. Because, like it or not, right now, this is a Christian fundamentalist country. It is run by radical Christian fundamentalists. And like all religious fundamentalists, they're not in it for the religion. It's not about their teachings. Bin Laden wasn't out there teaching like the everyday beliefs. Bin Laden was cherry-picking scripture to justify jihad. And American Christians are cherry-picking scripture to justify bigotry, to justify hatred, to justify a genocide. What's the fucking difference? If you guys are if you're gonna have these books, you get to just cherry-pick so that you can be violent when the whole point of the book, I read it at the end. I don't know if you guys finished it. The last half of the book is like, hey, turn the other cheek. Hey, take care of the poor. Hey, be peaceful. Hey, the main guy in the book, when he got arrested, rather than like create a war, he died. He died to keep the peace. That's the message of the book. Did you miss that part? Did you forget how the book ended? That's how the book ended. A guy who was not guilty of any crime according to that book, who had done nothing wrong, whose only crime was saying, hey, government, take care of your own people instead of splitting all the money between you rich fucks. Why don't you take care of these people? There's people dying in the streets. We have these people with leprosy. You're just sending them off to colonies to die. You're just pushing them off in the corner to die. These people who have no place to live are selling sex because that's all they can sell to you. Because we have a class system, so they sell sex to you. And instead of you helping them and fixing the class system, you just judge them. And so I'm going to kneel down with the sex worker and I'm going to write in the sand. And I'm going to look at every one of you and say, every one of you that has not sinned, let you cast the first stone. And then everybody left. Right? Don't imprison people for the scenario they're in and the decisions that they have to make because they're poor. Why don't you guys take some of that money from that fucking palace over there and give it to these people and help them fix their life? There's a homeless man on the side of the street. All the wealthy people drove by, right? All of them passed by. But who stopped? The Samaritan. Who was the Samaritan? Somebody looked down by in society. Somebody that was lower class. And what did the Samaritan do? The Samaritan took what little they had and helped the person who was in need. And the moral of that story is, don't walk past people in need and judge them and go back to your palace. That was the story. I'm so fucking tired of the religious right in this country pretending that you guys are followers of Jesus. You read all the wrong parts. You are the bad guy in every fucking story. I don't remember who it was that came on. Somebody came on to debate the other day, and they were talking about Sodom and Gomorrah, right? God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. It's like, did you read that story? Did you read? You missed that whole story. You missed everything about that story. That story was about telling a family that there was all this pride and there was all this money and this was a very ungodly town. Not because people were having gay sex. There was a lot going on in Sodom and Gomorrah. And a lot of it was financial, and a lot of it was the way that they treated people. And so God said, this city is evil. They don't follow me at all. They just do whatever the fuck they want. So you guys need to leave. Sorry. You got to go. You got to sell everything you have and go live in the wilderness. And they did. And you're like, oh, yeah, God hates gays. It's like, all right. You missed the whole fucking story. You missed the whole story. And it seems like the Christian right in this country goes out of their way to miss the story over and over and over again. And it's the same people, it's the same Christians that keep dragging us into war. It's the same Christians that were like justifying slavery. It's the same Christians who said, no, we don't want women to vote. And who were they always going after? Oh, it's the atheists. Oh, it's the progressives. God wanted it this way. Every step of the way. Christian conservatives bastardizing teachings, pretending that they're followers of Christ, putting the necklace on, which, by the way, where the fuck did that come from? Did I miss the scripture where God's like, please remember to wear a sign of like the way that my son died? Please do. That's what I want you to do. I want you to remember how my son died and wear a picture of that on your neck. It's very important to me. Yeah, I agree with that, Valor. As someone who's, and by the way, no disrespect to anybody here who's religious and who, I think that even though I don't believe what you believe, I think that the teachings of the Bible, if you read the Bible and if you follow what Jesus says, you're going to live a good life. You're going to be a great person. You're going to be an asset to society. You're going to be a great neighbor. You're going to be a great mother. You're going to be a great husband, father. You're going to be a great neighbor, spouse, significant other, whatever you want to be. If you actually do what Jesus did, you're going to be a great person. But I'm getting tired of being dragged into war by these people who are like, this is what God wants. It's very important that we let Israel do a genocide. So now we're back in Israel. That was a fucking rant. My bad. Amy said Taco Trump is crunchy shelled. Any little pressure and he falls apart. All right, Jen, you want to do announcements one more time, and then I'll jump into the rest of the stuff. I don't know if you're here or not.
Sorry, I was switching. So you have opposition waiting. They just got there.
Oh, okay, cool.
They literally just got there. But before we go to that, if you guys have been here before, when we have opposition, sometimes they can get long. So we've got about an hour left of the show. That top left-hand corner, we need to knock out that remaining balance for the gift goal. So Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats. I'll go towards knocking out that gift goal. You guys could hop on the dollar train.
Yeah.
Between all the chats, we would more than blow out that gift goal. So if you guys could help us do that.
There's the old Jen. There you are.
Yep. There you go. So subscribe if you haven't already done so. And like I mentioned before, if you guys wanted to call in, how you do that is you look at the Venmo username, just like the person who's waiting now. You add me on Discord with that Venmo username. You have to send me a friend request first. Is I think what we figured out. Send me a friend request, and I can bring you on to talk to Jay in real time. And yeah, so let's knock out that gift goal, and then do you want me to drag you over there? Or you're gonna go.
I'll jump over there. Just I want to say, because I had one here that I missed. Vicky, thank you for joining the dollar train. I think I missed PayPal. Somebody asked what app we would prefer you to watch us on. Probably YouTube. It's the one that, because they pay us for views. TikTok doesn't pay us for views. So
yeah, and if between all the different options for gifting, the Venmos and the Cash Apps, more of that goes directly to us versus any of the others. So
correct. You got a joke?
All right. Oh yeah, I do. Sorry, I'm multitasking. I've only been working at a bicycle factory for a week. They've already made me the spokesperson.
Congratulations. That's big. All right. This is, I don't even know how to say this. I don't know how to say your name. Check Soisi. What do you want me to call you? Are you there? I cannot hear you if you're talking. It looks like you're unmuted, but I can't hear you. Are you there, guest? Let me mute and unmute you. Are you there? Hello? Jen? Let's test yours. Jen, you're muted.
You might want, if you have your phone, there's in the top right hand corner, there's a speaker. It looks like hit the speaker button. Sometimes that helps. In the top right hand corner of the screen. Mute, unmute. If you've been here for a second, maybe just hop out of this chat and come right back in. Sometimes if you got a phone call, that can give an issue. So just hop out of the chat and come right, like end it and then come right back.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Jen. All right, we got you back. Are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, there we go. That's better. Thank you. What do you want me to call you? I don't know how to say. I don't know how to say your username.
Yeah, it's Chapo, so icy. Yeah, I know it just felt a little weird.
All right, Chapo. All right, if I call you that.
Yeah, that's Chapo. Yeah, that's fine.
All right, sounds good. What's on your mind?
I don't know. The only thing that's on my mind, because obviously, like, I'm Hispanic myself, and you guys are like so anti-Trump. Like, what's your guys' biggest message to get people who are not American to be anti-Trump? Because fighting oligarchy, like, my dad doesn't know what an oligarch is. He doesn't speak English, you know?
Okay.
Like, this is the reason you guys are losing a bunch of the Hispanic votes. My dad was a freaking big anti-Trump hater, and now he's a big Trump supporter.
Why is he a Trump supporter?
Because Biden fucked up his trucking business.
How did Biden do that?
Well, the gas.
The what?
Diesel.
The cost of
all the policies that he put in. The cost, like, can't even make money on nothing, and everything costs more expensive.
Yeah, so I think that this is honestly a hard question to answer. I've been thinking about this weekend. The hardest part with winning over Trump supporters is you have to win the argument, but Trump's arguments are lies. And so it's really difficult to say, like when it comes to oil, when it comes to the price of oil. Did you know throughout all of Biden's presidency, we were drilling more oil than during Trump's presidency?
Well, yeah, everybody says that. Of course, I've heard that. If that was the case, then why was oil or gas the most expensive than it's ever been in decades?
Because the president and the government doesn't determine the price of gas.
But when Trump was doing it, they said he did. But then Biden
they lied.
did it, and now they're saying they didn't.
That's the problem.
So who's the liar?
Wait, who said they did? Sorry, maybe I didn't understand your question.
When the prices go up, they say the president doesn't have control over prices, but then Biden is bragging about bringing prices down when he never brought any prices down.
Yeah, look, for those people, I agree. The only thing I would say is that, like, it seems like Trump gets to play by different rules, right? Because he does the exact same thing. He brags about prices when they go down. Like, he talks about having gas at $2. When gas was anywhere close to $2, it's because the whole world was shut down for COVID and nobody was using gas. And Trump leaves that part out. I think the hardest part with dealing with Trump is that we have never had a politician who just openly lied about everything like this. And so it's hard to keep track because, again, exactly what you just said. Trump takes credit when prices go low and blames somebody else when prices go high. But you just criticize Biden for doing the same thing. So the problem we have is that it seems to be people don't criticize Trump for the same stuff they criticize Biden for. If it's the same thing, then why would you care? Like, why would that determine who you voted for? You know what I mean?
Oh, well, I mean, I didn't vote because, I mean,
like really for your dad.
If you guys want to make,
but like for your dad,
if you guys want to make yeah, well, yeah, Biden freaking fucked everything up. Do you think people want to make less money or more money?
I think that the problem is that people don't know how things got fucked up. And it's very simple.
You guys want to tax the 1%. You guys want to tax the 1%. The 1% makes $400,000.
Brother, let's do one subject at a time. Is that okay? Because it seems, and this is another problem that we have. If we're being honest, it doesn't seem like you really know. It seems like you just want to rattle off a bunch of things. So let's go one by one and let's see if they're true.
Yeah, that's fine.
Is that fair? Okay. So when it comes to gas, the president obviously doesn't control that, right?
But when it came to Biden, they said
I know. I'm not saying. I agree with you. I agree that Biden took credit. He didn't. But Trump did the same thing. So that would be a knock against both of them, right?
Right.
Okay. Gotcha. So sorry. Now I forgot the other thing that you said. I apologize. What was the next part you said?
I don't know. There's like a lot of shit that I was saying.
Well, I have this theory, and if you want to test it out, we can. I have this theory where everything Trump supporters believe is a lie. And I think that everything so let's hold on. So let's do this. Knowing that I think that everything you believe is a lie, I'll let you go down like one by one and we'll see if if you actually know if it's a lie or not. How about that? Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The border crossings being 98% less.
Okay.
Is that a lie?
Are the border crossings 98% less? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why?
How is that a lie?
No. It's
Why?
true. Sorry. No. It's true. Sorry. I was saying
Oh,
yes,
okay.
that's true. Why are they lower? This is where it gets tricky. So the lie isn't usually the claim. The lie is usually.
I mean, it doesn't really matter why it's lower. It's obvious why it's lower.
Brother, chill. What I'm saying is the lie is usually that Trump did something. So border crossings are lower now. Why?
Well, I don't know. Tim Walz was saying that we needed legislation, and we never had legislation to fix the border, and it got fixed. So
why?
Because there's military presence, because people are going to get deported to a country where they don't want to go to. You really think a person from Mexico wants to come to the United States to get deported to Sudan?
Bingo. So so great. Yes, I agree with you. I think that some of these crossings are down because people no longer want to be here. Now, is that good or bad for this country?
I mean, if they don't want to be here, then why are they protesting ICE
brother,
for being here?
Brother, they can't not be. Understand what you're saying. People aren't coming here anymore because they're afraid. And then you're also accusing people who haven't come here of protesting.
What?
You're saying that people are afraid to come here, right?
Yeah, but
So
there's
how
already
could
people that are here that have came here.
Okay, but we're talking.
You really think that only people that came here from like the last 6 months?
Stay with me.
People have been coming here for the last 10 years.
I understand. Stay with me though. We're talking about the people that aren't coming here now, right? So now that there are less people that want to come to America, is that good or bad?
I mean, there's less people that want to come illegally. There's still the same amount of people that want to come legally.
That's not true also. Actually, the number of people like applying for citizenship, asylum, showing up at the border, applying for a legal process, that's down. It's almost gone. So is that good or bad?
It's almost gone. But then people were crying about the 50 South Africans that came over.
Is that good or bad?
I mean, if you really want to put it in a certain way, it's good because we get more resources for ourselves. Why do we got to take care of the world?
Let's just talk like adults right now, because this is the problem with our country. I'm legitimately trying to have a conversation with you, and every time I ask you a question, you get very defensive and you get nervous.
I'm not even getting defensive.
Well, then could you just answer my question on whether it's good or bad that less people are coming here?
I was going to say, I said, it's if you really want to get technical about it, it would probably be good that less people want to come here because we get more resources for ourselves. We get more money for our veterans, more freaking money for our seniors.
Great. So let's talk about that then. Now that less people are coming here, is Trump's government giving more money to our veterans and to people who need food or people who need medical care? Are they increasing or are they? Hold on. Are they increasing or decreasing the budget for those things?
Well, Trump literally increased it when he took the housing for illegal immigrants and just gave it to veterans.
He didn't. When did he do that?
Is that not increasing?
He didn't do that.
Like a couple weeks ago.
That didn't happen.
Yeah, he did.
Brother,
just because MSNBC didn't.
The president can't do that.
Yeah, see, this is why I say the president can't do that. But when Biden does something good, you guys give all the presidential power to him.
You're not engaging this conversation. You're just trying to play whataboutism. The president can't take money and just give it to veterans. That would have to go through Congress. Congress controls the purse.
Well, it didn't. It literally didn't go to veterans. It went to veteran housing.
That would have to go through Congress, bud.
Well, maybe Congress did it.
Well,
I don't know exact details.
Congress hasn't passed their spending bill yet, and their spending bill has cuts to everything you're talking about, to veterans' health care, to Medicare, to Medicaid, to SNAP.
Well, yeah, there's illegal immigrants on it. There's people like me. I shouldn't be on Medicaid, and I'm on Medicaid taking advantage of it.
You're on Medicaid?
Yeah.
How are you on Medicaid? What state are you in?
Colorado.
Okay, well, that's a decision. If Colorado's giving Medicaid to you, that's a decision by Colorado. That's not a federal rule. States have the ability to, if they want to add people onto Medicaid, they can. But
yeah, I'm on Medicaid when I should rather be working, and I get free money.
Wait,
when
Medicaid,
I shouldn't be getting free money.
Okay, so here's the problem. Now I know that you're lying because Medicaid doesn't give you money.
Yes, does it gives you a gift card?
No, it doesn't.
To go buy groceries.
No, it doesn't. That's SNAP.
Well, it gives you.
That's SNAP.
I don't have
Medicaid.
SNAP. I have Medicaid.
No, you don't.
I applied for Medicaid and I got a SNAP card.
Wait, what?
Well, not a SNAP card, an
You're
EBT
lying.
one.
You're lying, bud. Why are you lying right now?
What am I lying about?
What is your? You get a Medicaid card. What does that Medicaid card pay for?
I don't know. I could just use it at the grocery store for groceries.
All right, let me look at Colorado. I'm not familiar with them. They may have some sort of. Is this the like Health First card? Is that what it is?
Honestly, I don't know because I don't really care. I just tried taking advantage from something that my friend told me to do. So.
Okay. Sounds like food stamps. I mean, I'm not familiar with Colorado's rules, but
Yeah, that's what it is. I don't know why I forgot that term.
okay. Well, did Trump fix that?
Yeah, I'm not on it anymore. So I should rather be working and getting my own money.
Did Trump cancel it?
Yeah.
No, when?
Because I should be working.
Wait, when did Trump cancel it?
I don't know. Whenever it got canceled, I don't really.
I honestly, I just don't think.
You're saying
I don't think you're telling the truth.
Trump is making cuts to Medicaid, and I'm telling you, I got cut for Medicaid, and you don't believe it.
Well, but you said what you actually said. The way that this started is you said that Trump was going to take money and he was going to give it to American citizens. He was going to pay for things like veterans' health care. But he's cutting veterans' health care. So how is he taking that money and giving it to veterans' health care?
I mean, there's also a bunch of veterans that are struggling to get health care that deserve it,
And,
while there's other
Trump's
people
cutting it. And
that
Trump
don't
is cutting the health care of veterans.
Trump is cutting the veterans
Yeah,
that don't deserve health care.
What veterans don't deserve health care?
I don't know, but I've even seen this podcast. What's his name? I'm not sure his name.
I know the one you're
YouTube.
talking about. You're talking about the people. It's the guy that does money, and he's talking about two people that make
Yeah,
over $100,000
exactly. Like, you
a
even
year.
know what I was gonna say, bro. You even know what I was gonna say.
Why do disabled veterans not deserve money?
Were they disabled?
Yeah.
From what? Like they didn't look disabled. They said that they just were sitting at a desk and they got disability from that.
Disability could be PTSD. I don't know what I don't know.
From sitting at a desk?
I don't know what their story are. Like there's a way in order.
You said you watched the video. They said all they did was sit at a desk and
brother, you've got to let me finish some sentences at some point. Okay, just calm down. Let's have a conversation. I've let you talk a lot, quite a bit. Veterans, if you want,
I'll let you talk more than me.
If you want to change how veterans get disability, then you have to change the law, and those laws would have to be changed through Congress. We haven't changed.
Okay, so if you want illegal immigrants to become citizens, then you should go to Congress and change the law.
Nobody tried to.
But for now, all the illegal immigrants should get deported. Right?
Brother, stay on subject, please. This is crazy. The real problem that we have, and I'm going to be just pretty honest here. The real problem we have in this country is there's a lot of people like you who don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you have very strong opinions with no facts. And so the problem we have in America is largely people who are lazy and prone to propaganda. Everything you've said so far today is literal propaganda. You have nothing to back up.
All I do is watch CNN.
You have nothing to back up. No, you're full of shit. You have nothing to back up anything you say. You're just kind of a troll. This might work on somebody who doesn't do this, but this is embarrassing. It's embarrassing that you exist and you have these thoughts. Everything you've said is a lie.
So it's embarrassing that I think that illegal immigrants should get deported for breaking the law.
No. Joe Biden deported way more immigrants than Donald Trump.
Okay, so is Joe Biden racist?
No. Well, maybe. I don't know.
Is Obama racist because he deported more than both?
Nobody thinks that Trump's racist for deporting people.
Yes, they call him that.
Yeah, we call him we call him a racist because he's a racist.
Racist against who?
Generally, anybody who he views as different.
I'm different. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't call me.
If he found
he wouldn't be racist.
Well, you just said you're here illegally. He wants you out. What the fuck are you doing here? Get the fuck.
I was born in the United States.
You just said you were here illegally. You said you were an illegal.
When did I say I was here
said
illegal?
You were an illegal immigrant on Medicaid.
No, all I said was I have Medicaid.
Chad, am I fucking crazy? Did he not say he was an illegal immigrant on Medicaid? Am I crazy?
I said I shouldn't be on I said I shouldn't be on
because
Medicaid,
you were
and I am.
an illegal immigrant. That's what you said. Yeah, see, this whole thing, it was a lie the whole time. All right, now here's the truth. You're not on Medicaid. You're not an illegal immigrant. Everything you've told us so far is a lie. now it's even more embarrassing. Not only did your lie get exposed, you're somebody who showed up on a YouTube channel and started lying about who you were, to lie about benefits that you were getting, to support a president who you claim you didn't vote for. This is the problem with America. With my very
just
first
because I
statement
don't
is
vote for
the
Trump
problem,
doesn't mean I
the
support
problem
him.
with America is we have too many people who don't think for themselves, who don't know the truth from their own asshole, and that seems to be you. You have no idea what's true, none, and you just lied a bunch of times for no fucking reason. You lied about getting Medicaid as an illegal immigrant. For what reason? Why did you lie about that?
I was never said I was an illegal immigrant. I was said I was on
brother, these are
Medicaid,
recorded.
and he said I wasn't.
Listen, brother, these are recorded. You absolutely
All
said
right, play
it.
it back. I want to hear it. Play it back.
It's record. It goes live after the live
Play it
ends.
back.
It goes live.
All right, dude. I'll call you back, and we could play it back together.
Literally, everybody, your side of the aisle, everybody knows you said that. You're full of
All right,
shit.
we can play it back together, and you can prove me
know
wrong.
why you lied about that.
I mean, I honestly don't remember saying I was an illegal immigrant.
But your dad's an illegal immigrant.
Yeah, my dad is.
Where did he move
Oh no,
from?
I never even said he was an illegal immigrant. I said he's an immigrant. Well, I mean, I guess if you want to be technical about it, my dad did come illegally, but now he's a citizen. So it's like, why is he going to get deported if he's an American citizen?
You said your dad was an illegal immigrant.
Yeah, now he's a citizen. You act like people can't become citizens.
So if you're a citizen and he's a citizen, you said that you get Medicaid and the immigrants shouldn't get it. You're not an illegal immigrant. So what did that have to do with anything?
It's not only illegal immigrants that get Medicaid. American citizens also get Medicaid.
You brought up illegal immigrants getting. We were talking about immigration, bud.
Yeah, illegal immigrants shouldn't get Medicaid. I'm an illegal immigrant that shouldn't get immigrant.
Nobody's advocating for that. It's not like Harris was running.
Yeah, they are.
Who?
All the Democrats want free health care for all illegals. What is Gavin Newsom doing in California? What is Eric Adams doing in New York?
Not that.
They literally have a budget for illegal immigrant health care.
They have to pay for health care of people. And by the way, it's not illegal immigrant health care. It's immigrant health care.
Okay.
And some people are here.
It's undocumented undocumented immigrants health care.
Or asylum seekers, which is a legal process.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, dude. I think it's a
undocumented.
silly. I think people should get health care. I think it's crazy. Like we spend most of our budget on blowing people up all around the world when we could just spend some money.
And who's the one that caused us to blow people up?
And everybody could just get health care.
Ukraine is calling for us to blow Russia up.
It's usually right-wing Christian conservatives who are dragging us into war.
Joe Biden dragged us into the last war.
What war did Joe Biden drag us into?
The Ukrainian war.
Okay, and is Joe Biden a Christian?
Obviously not.
Obviously not.
So how is it only right wing?
He went to
how
church.
Is it only right wing Christians?
He went to church every week, bud.
I didn't.
Yes, he did. He's a practicing Catholic. He went to mass every Sunday.
Yeah, and he also went to a KKK member's funeral.
Yeah.
So does that make him a white supremacist?
No. You're a psycho, dude. This is crazy. Do you understand how fucking insane this conversation is? Like, dude, you are legitimately a crazy person. This is what American politics does. You're a lunatic, dude. You can't stay on one subject. It's crazy. You just want to play whataboutism the whole time. You're too fucking stupid to defend your own positions. So all you do is what about. That's all you know. You don't have a fucking clue what Trump does. You don't have a fucking clue what Republicans do. All you know is the regurgitated shit that you've heard other Republicans say to criticize Democrats. You are lazy. You are lazy and intellectually incompetent. You don't know what you believe.
It's crazy because all you do is say the exact same thing that CNN says.
All you know is shit that somebody else has told you. That's it.
All you know is somebody else has told you. You don't know shit about Trump.
You wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know.
No, I do know. I do this shit
How
every
do you
day.
know? Because CNN told you?
I don't watch CNN.
Then who do you watch?
I don't watch it. Dude, it's not that hard to do research.
Then how would you know?
How would I know what?
How would you know anything if you don't watch anything?
Because I'm not, brother. Do you think the only way you could be informed is to watch like the news?
No.
I've shown like 50 clips. Most of them weren't mainstream media news. Almost all of them weren't. Listen, dude. If you're not willing to admit that you have no idea what you support and you're just anti-Democrat, I don't know what to tell you. Like I want to have good discussions.
Bro, what are you talking about? I
don't
support
want to,
Trump.
I don't want
You guys
to,
are the
I
ones
don't
that
want
don't
to,
know what you
like,
support, and you're anti-Trump.
I don't want to just scream shit, but I've asked you like you haven't been able to name me one thing Trump did that was true. The whole
I told you the border and you agreed with it. What are you talking about?
The whole reason we had this conversation is because I said I don't think anything you believe is true. And on the border, you said, are there less? And I said yes. And then we said why. And
Exactly.
after
So
we asked
agree
why,
on one thing.
after we asked why, you told me that you were an illegal immigrant getting Medicaid. Your dad was an illegal immigrant. Then you turned it on Joe Biden. You can't even stay on that subject. I want to know. I asked you the question.
Dude, I never said I was an illegal immigrant. If you want, I want you to play it back. I want to share it back with you, bro.
I asked you the question whether or not you knew why immigration was down, and you don't. You have no idea.
I told you because Trump put people at the border. There's some more soldiers at the border. Everything. The border is stronger.
Did you know
like,
who put
what?
Do you know who put people at the border before Trump?
Oh yeah, Obama put those people in the cages. I remember that.
Newsom's had troops at the border for a long time now. Did you know that?
Okay. And what were they doing? Letting people in?
No.
Seems like they didn't help anything when all these illegal, like, haven't you seen the videos on YouTube? Even CNN, all those people just freely, immediately just walking in, jumping the border.
YouTube and CNN again? Do you see the problem that you have here? Problem is, it seems like you are completely educated by, I'm going to guess, clips.
Chinese people are coming from the U.S. border, bro.
Oh, my God.
Like the Mexican border.
All right. Anything else you want to talk about?
Where do you think Africans are crossing from? I'm from freaking a border town.
Are you afraid of Chinese people? I thought you lived in Colorado.
No, you are.
What the fuck are you you live in Colorado, now you're on the border?
No, I'm saying my family is from a border town in Mexico, dude. Like, god damn. Like, why do you gotta misinterpret everything?
You just said I'm from a border town. I don't know. I live in Arizona.
Yeah, my family.
All right. What does that have to do with anything?
The fucking El Paso Juarez, dude.
What does that
like,
have to do
we've
with
seen
anything?
We've seen African people just mob and jump across the border and jump the fence. Whoever goes across gets across. Whoever gets caught gets caught.
Cool.
Cool. Now that's not happening anymore.
It's not. There's no illegal border crossings now.
Oh well, obviously.
Oh, there
Who's
is
crossing the border now.
There's people still crossing the border.
Oh, who?
I don't know. If they get away, we don't know who they are. Dipshit.
Oh well, there's nobody getting away because they're all getting caught. There's a reason why there's 98 mass border crossings. Do you know what you agreed with?
No, the Border Patrol reports gotaways. Do you know what a gotaway is?
No.
That's people who got away. If everybody's being caught, how's Border Patrol still reporting on gotaways?
I mean, I haven't seen any videos of anybody crossing.
You didn't know what a gotaway was 3 seconds ago. You just said, I haven't seen videos of people crossing. Yeah, you're a dipshit. You don't look at data. This is what I'm talking about. You just watch the videos.
There's drones. There's freaking trap cams.
Why do you think it is? Just out of curiosity, why do you think it is that when Joe Biden was president, you were flooded with videos of people crossing the border? And now, even though there's still people crossing the border, you don't see any. Why do you think that might be?
I mean, if you want to provide them to me, if you want to provide them to me, there's no videos.
I'm just saying, think about it. Why do you think that is?
Why do I think there's more people crossing before with Biden and less with Trump?
No, you dipshit. Why do you think that you saw lots of videos about it when Biden was president, and now you never see videos about it?
Because there's nobody crossing.
But there are people crossing. So why don't you see videos of it?
They show the border.
Wait, but there are people
and there's
crossing.
Nobody.
But there are people crossing, and you don't see videos about it. Why do you think that is?
Why won't you say that? Okay, then tell me what should I look up. So should I?
No, what I'm telling you.
What should I look up for 2025 crossings?
What I'm telling you is that you are a.
You said you've seen videos, so I should see videos of it myself too.
I did not say that. What I'm telling you is that you are a person who is entirely educated by short videos, and you're easy to dupe. You're easy to lie to. You're exactly the problem with America is you are educated by videos and emotion, and you've never looked at the data. You don't know that Joe Biden and Barack Obama deported way more people than Donald Trump.
I do know about that. That's a freaking basic Republican talking point.
Far more effectively. So our problem obviously isn't with deportation. Our problem is with cruelty. Our problem is with the way that you're and creating civil
cruelty
unrest.
That Obama puts people in the cages.
Yeah, we had a
Obama's
problem.
the one that started putting kids in cages.
We had a problem with
Biden
that.
is the one that had babies getting thrown over the border fence.
What aboutism right now? You're just a little bitch.
Dude,
you're just a bitch.
You're saying
you're
Trump,
just a little bitch that won't have a conversation. I'm asking.
You see how I never insulted you?
What have I called you? I'm insulting you. I am being insulting towards you because I think that you're being a little bitch right now. Because I just said that we have a problem with the cruelty. And while you were rattling off your list of talking points, I said I also have a problem with Obama doing that. But you didn't hear that because you were rattling off talking points. Yes, I have a problem.
What are you talking about?
I have
listen,
a problem.
I let you talk and you never let me talk. Can I talk for 30 seconds?
I have a problem.
Exactly, you won't let me talk for 30 seconds.
I have a problem with cruelty.
Okay, then why didn't you freaking cry about Joe Biden and Obama putting all those kids in cages? Why don't you cry about all the missing children, 400,000 missing children?
I did. I was a Republican at that time. And I worked for Mitt Romney on his presidential campaign. And I was out knocking doors throughout the entire state of Iowa talking about the kids in cages. I was a Republican then.
Wait. Can I just ask you something? This is a genuine question. Like, how old are you? Because when Mitt Romney was being president or whatever, I was
39.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
That's cool. Because
you can look up my name. I held office in the Republican Party. You can look my name up. You can find it. I was a Republican.
I mean, at the same time,
yes, and I was consistent. Do you see the difference?
Like
Do you
Trump.
see the difference? I had a fucking principle that I didn't like cruelty. And when Donald Trump came in and he started being cruel, I left because I don't like cruelty, because I'm not somebody who's just a partisan little bitch. And I criticized Joe Biden many times, specifically on his border policies and specifically about his treatment of Israel, because I have principles. You don't. You have no principles. You are just a whataboutism machine. You have no principles. What principles do you stand for as a Republican?
I stand for America.
America's not a principle. It's a country. What principles do you stand for?
Okay, I stand for freaking women having the right to feel safe in their space, have the right to privacy, which you guys don't seem to care about.
So you don't want men in women's locker rooms, right?
Like, who would want that? Like, what the fuck? What kind of stupid ass talking?
Donald Trump, used to run the Miss Teen USA pageant, and he used to walk in as a man.
Okay, cool, I get that.
Okay,
and I'm not with that.
Hold on. If you have principles, how did you say that my principle is that I want to protect women in their own personal spaces, but when Donald Trump went into them, you voted for him? Or you support him? You said you didn't vote. You support him. So it seems like
Can I talk, dude? Can I talk for 30 seconds?
As soon as I'm done.
Yeah, you asked me a question. Can I answer?
I haven't asked the question. It seems like you only hold that principle for one side.
That's not a question.
I didn't ask you a question.
Statement.
I know. I haven't asked you a question yet, have I?
That's not a question.
So now I know I haven't asked yet.
You literally just finished your question saying why I would vote for Trump doing whatever he did as for teenage girls or
he walked into
you asked
the
me why would I
changing
support Trump
rooms.
to do that.
No, I said if it's your principle, if it's a principle,
yeah,
then why did you overlook it for Trump?
Yeah, that's not. I understand that, dude. I'm not with that.
Then why?
I don't want it to
do you
be a law
support him?
Where me, I can just pretend to be a girl. It wasn't a law. It doesn't matter if I support.
It's not a law now.
For him or not, I don't support the law.
It's not a law
of men
now.
being allowed in women's bathrooms.
That's not a law.
They want to make it a law.
Who?
Then who
wants to?
Why
make
are
that
men
a law?
allowed in women's locker rooms?
There aren't men allowed in women's
Democrats?
locker rooms.
Who, like how?
There's not men allowed in women's locker rooms.
How are there? Yes, there is. There's been women. There's been men in women's locker rooms.
You mean
it's been experienced. It's all over YouTube.
You mean trans women? That's what you mean? You mean trans women?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm not.
Just because they cut off their penis or they
give me an
put
example?
lipstick on and still have a
Let me
penis.
ask you a question. Could you give me an example?
Make them a woman.
Could you give me an example of a let's say a trans woman playing sports who was abusing women in their locker room?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's been many girls going to their city councils.
I'm asking if you could give me an
saying that they
example.
feel is represented.
I'm asking you for an example of
the one in the spa.
I'm asking you for
in
an
California,
example.
San Francisco.
What was the example in the spa in San Francisco?
San Francisco spa.
What about it? What happened?
There was a woman and her daughter in the changing locker room or whatever, and a trans woman, as you want to say, but I will say it's a man, went in there with the freaking big schlong waving around
Why did you
staring
focus
at the little girls
why did
trying
you,
to freaking do?
Can I just point out that the part of that you seemed really focused on was the penis? It seems like you called it a big schlong. Do you know that it
Well,
was
yeah,
big?
if it's a
How big
penis,
was
it's
it?
a man.
How big was it?
Probably like 3 to 4 inches.
That's big to you?
Yep, very big to me.
That's great, man. That's great. Sorry about that.
Yep.
Okay, so what happened? Who got abused?
The child and her mom.
And what was
they
the
have to call the cops, and then
and what happened?
The freaking mom and daughter got for being transphobe. Obviously.
Okay, who got abused? I said though.
The child. Like, why would you want to show a penis to a little girl, dude?
Who said? Is that what happened? He just she walked over and showed her penis. What are you saying?
That's what the mom reported to the police that happened.
Is there any evidence that happened?
Why would there be cameras in the locker room, dude? Don't you want privacy?
I didn't ask if there was cameras in the locker room, did I?
You asked for proof. It happened in the locker room.
Yeah, I'm just asking. I'm reading the story, and I don't see anything in the story that says this woman went over and showed her genitals to this mom and this child. I don't see anything that says that. It seems like that part you made up. It seems like.
Well, there's been a lot of they even started attacking the spa.
Who did?
Los Angeles spa protest turns violent after alleged transgender exposure in spa.
A protest turned violent. Okay. So who got abused here?
So exposing your genitals to a minor
is
not
that
abuse?
I don't see that in the story here.
That's the whole story of the protest.
What was the story of the protest?
Why do you think they were protesting there?
I don't know. I'm reading.
Showing genitals
I'm reading this.
I'm
asking you. That's not in the story here. I'm reading the story. I don't see that in the story.
Who are you reading it from?
I'm on KALW right now, which is a local station in San Francisco, I believe.
California.
Yeah.
Oh.
So.
I mean, yeah.
Now, are any of these worse than Donald Trump walking in to inspect teenage girls while they were getting undressed? Or
is Donald Trump show his penis to little girls?
Is that worse? So if Donald Trump goes and just inspects them.
I mean, showing.
Because, by the way, the story that you're telling isn't true. The story is that this person was in a spa. So there's no evidence that they were like directly trying to do anything, look at this little girl or show this little girl anything. But Donald Trump went in to inspect
Were you there?
Teenage girls.
Did he show his penis?
No. So it's fine if he doesn't.
Okay.
So it's fine if he doesn't take out his. It's fine if he goes in their dressing room and
inspects
them without.
You said why? You said it was worse. I mean,
I think it's worse. I think it's substantially
transgender
worse.
person.
The story I'm reading here in San Francisco sounds like there was just a transgender person in a spa and somebody freaked the fuck out. The story of Donald Trump is that he went into a place he had no business being in and he was inspecting underage girls while they were changing. Yeah, Donald Trump's story sounds way worse to me. Sounds like it was
multiple men walking around at the same time in those?
No, there were no men in there because those were underage girls. But Donald Trump bragged about it. He said, well, I run it, so I'm allowed to go in and inspect. Men aren't allowed in there normally, but I am because I own the pageant. That's what he said. He bragged about it.
Yeah, I know. And I disagree with that with Trump.
Okay. Great, but
I don't have to.
But that's why I said it's not a principle
every
because
aspect about Trump.
That's why I said I don't think it's a principle of yours because you still support him. Although in the stories that you've laid out so far, Trump is
I support his policies.
Trump seems
like how is it
worse.
so hard for you guys to understand that I support his policies?
What policies do you support?
Do we have to go through this again?
Please.
Immigration.
Yeah, I don't think you know his policies. What are his immigration policies?
If you're here legally, you're gone.
That's everybody. That was Joe Biden's policy. That was Barack Obama's policy. That was Kamala Harris's policy.
And who did they enforce it?
Yeah,
way
better than Trump. Actually, they deported way more people. They were far more effective in doing
it.
Yeah, and it cost a lot less. It's costing Trump somewhere around like $16,000 to $17,000 per person deporting because of the way that they're going about it doing it. So not only did Joe Biden and Barack Obama deport more people who were here illegally, they did it in a humane way that was far more effective, and it didn't lead to riots. It didn't lead to people being.
So throwing kids in cages was more humane.
That wasn't immigration, dipshit. You don't know about this.
So who was in the cages?
Those were people.
Who was in the cages then?
Those were people who were coming here mostly seeking asylum, and they separated them because they couldn't identify them.
They're immigrating,
but that was
because they're immigrating.
I meant deportation. I said immigration. I meant deportation. That's not deportation. Those
Yeah,
people.
that's fine.
Those people weren't being deported.
Okay, that's fine. That's understandable. You see how I let you talk and I'm understandable?
I'm doing the same thing. You haven't made any good points, bud.
No, you don't.
Donald Trump.
Just cut me off
Donald
every time
Trump
I
is
talk.
Donald
See?
Trump is worse at this.
See? You can't even let me finish a
Are you
sentence.
just going to cry now? Now that I'm asking you to explain his immigration policies, and you said if you're illegal, you get deported. That's every president's immigration policy. So it seems like you would support
so what's wrong
Harris.
with that? So
well,
what's
well then why didn't you support Harris?
Because she just let everybody come in. Like who's the one that
She
freaking
did? She
just
did?
let? Yeah.
How'd she do
Yeah.
that?
Who was the border czar? Who was the border czar?
Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
What did she
And
do?
how much immigrants do we have come in?
A lot.
Exactly.
Why?
And now how much immigrants are we coming in now?
Less.
Exactly.
These aren't policies. These are just things that you're saying. This is what I'm telling you. You
I'm
don't
saying
know
that
what
we're
you're talking
enforcing
about.
the policies, and you said that they enforce the policies better.
We're not. We're actually not. So the reason that so many people came in.
Exactly. That's what I was saying.
Excuse me. No, we're not agreeing right now. The reason that more people showed up, and by the way, if you look at 2019 when Trump was president, he was campaigning on migrant caravans. There were floods of people coming to our southern border while he was president the first time. In fact, on his way out the door, he wrote an executive.
That's why he wanted to build a wall.
Now who's interrupting? A wall wouldn't have fixed any of this. This is what
Yeah,
I'm telling. This
I'm
is
just
what I'm
giving you back the
this is
same
what I'm-
energy.
This is what I'm telling you. A wall wouldn't have fixed this because these were asylum seekers, so they could come to this country. They're allowed in, and they're allowed to seek asylum. These are
What were
not
they seeking
these are
asylum
not
from?
illegal immigrants. It doesn't matter what they're seeking asylum from. What happens is when you get here to America, you make an asylum claim, and then the courts determine whether or not you have a legitimate asylum claim. And like 95% of the time, you are denied asylum and you are sent back. But there were so many people coming to the border that we needed to fix our asylum system to process people quicker, but Congress wouldn't do it. Congress just sat on their hands, and Donald Trump told Republicans in Congress, don't sign a border bill because I want to run on this. And we still don't have it. By the way, tomorrow, if asylum seekers started coming to our border again, we would have the same problem. The only difference is maybe Trump would not keep the law, and maybe he would use the military to illegally detain asylum seekers. That's the only difference. See, we want the laws to be changed so they make sense. You guys want Daddy Donald to go in there with the military and act tough. That's the main difference.
So what country doesn't act tough against immigration?
I don't give a fuck. That question's nonsense. Are you going to respond to what I said? See how you just did whataboutism? You never address what I say. Every time I finish a sentence, you go, what about? And you just move the goalposts. How about the fact that Donald Trump isn't changing the asylum laws? If the problem was that the asylum laws were broken, why aren't we changing the asylum laws?
That's fine. We didn't vote for him.
Why aren't
we didn't vote for him to change the asylum laws.
What did
We
you vote
voted for
then?
him to get rid of immigrants.
But he's getting rid of less immigrants than Joe Biden did. Way less. And it's more
getting
expensive.
rid of all the criminal aliens.
No, he's not.
Like
In fact,
all the human traffickers.
He's getting
all the second-degree murderers.
Excuse me?
Traffickers.
He's
Sorry, I misspoke.
He's finding them all at workplaces, at construction sites, at court. You're telling me these dangerous criminals are showing up for their court dates and then they're arresting them? Is that what you're saying? Where's the evidence that he's deporting tons of violent criminals? Every time I turn on the TV, he's at
Garcia was human trafficker, and
every time I turn on the TV, it seems like he's at a workplace. People that are just going to work every day. That seems to be who they're deporting right now.
Yeah, and Trump just made an order that they should stop going to workplaces, farms, and businesses and just focus on criminals.
Yeah, no shit. That's what we were protesting. Yeah, that's why we were in the fucking streets. Because we wanted him to be humane, and he backed down. So we were right, and you were wrong, and Trump was wrong.
You guys are still protesting.
And he's backpedaling on it now. Yes, because he hasn't changed it yet.
Trump can protest murderers, and you guys are still going to protest
because
it.
he hasn't changed it yet. They're
Donald
still
Trump can
rating. They're
deport
still
Adolf
rating
Hitler,
worse.
and you guys would find a way to defend Hitler.
No, we wouldn't. We didn't. Nobody. This is the other thing.
Yeah, you would.
Like who? Who did we defend? Who's a violent criminal?
Garcia.
Who defended him?
All the Democrat governors, senators that went.
I covered it on the show every day, and I said he needed to be brought back to the country. Is that me defending him?
Brought back to the country for what?
Because he didn't get due process. Because I think the law applies to everybody.
He didn't get due process coming into the country.
Doesn't matter.
So
doesn't
you
matter.
get no due process coming in. You get exactly. It doesn't matter.
No,
exactly. It doesn't matter.
No, it does. There's a thing called laws, my friend, and the Supreme Court has ruled on this.
Yeah, there's a thing called laws. So enter the country lawfully, dude.
Brother. If you enter the country illegally, once you're in the country, the laws of the country still apply to you. How would you get rid of somebody without due process?
No, you don't.
How would you prove that they entered illegally without due process, bud?
Are they a citizen or not?
How would you,
if they're in the system?
How would you,
being a citizen?
How would you make sure that you didn't deport somebody that didn't come in here illegally? How would you make sure of that? They'd have
you act like there's in a data system that police have.
If you're like, I can't continue to talk to you if you refuse to engage in the conversation. Hear the words.
I'm answering your question.
No. Hear the words that I say and don't answer with a question. Let's just talk about your dad, okay? You said your dad came here illegally, right? Okay. If your dad, then your dad, let's just say that then your dad comes here and he gets picked up and they say, and he says, I don't have my documentation on me. And they're like, okay, you have to leave the country. Is that allowed?
They could look it up on the computer.
No, not if he doesn't have documentation. He could lie about his name.
Yeah.
What is the process?
Yeah.
What is the process?
If he lies about his name, then a picture would come up saying that it's not him.
And then what would happen?
Well,
would he have the
right
to defend? Would he have the right to defend himself?
I mean, if he was illegally, like back then, if he was here illegally now, he shouldn't.
I'm not asking your opinion. I'm asking you what the law says.
Yeah.
Does your dad, in that scenario, have the right to go before a court and defend himself in this country?
I say no, because I mean,
I'm not asking you what you say. I'm asking you what the law says. If you don't know the law, say I don't know. But I'm not asking your opinion on this. I'm asking you what the law says. Because you guys, you're law and order, right? You're you're a fan of like keeping the laws, right?
What does the law exactly say?
The law says that once you are here, you are under United States law. And so if you are accused of a crime in the United States, you get due process. So if they accuse you of a crime, whether you are here legally or not, you get due process. In this case, that would be through the immigration courts. That's why we have immigration courts. He is entitled to a hearing. And they took him. And by the way, you want to just remember this for one. This is going to be a prediction, but remember that I got this right. Kilmar Abrego Garcia. No, I haven't told you yet. You don't know yet. You've already.
No, I already know it's going to be wrong.
Okay. Well, so far you've been wrong about a lot, and this is a future prediction. Abrego Garcia will not be convicted of human trafficking.
Yeah.
He will not. This is.
Well, he already pleaded not guilty.
Can I ask you a question about this? So the person who is testifying against Abrego Garcia was the ringleader of a trafficking organization. And by the way, seems like, that would be a good person. If he was the ringleader, he would know, right? I think that's fair. Did you know that they are cutting his prison sentence in order to get him to testify against what Abrego Garcia is supposed to be like a foot soldier? Do you think that is a good use of our resources to take the ringleader of a human trafficking organization and give them less prison time to testify against Abrego Garcia, who, according to him, was nothing more than like a foot soldier?
I mean, it's happened all the time.
No, I'm not asking you. See, this is the problem with you. You don't answer questions. I'm asking you your opinion now. Do you think the ringleader should get a lighter sentence for testifying against a foot soldier?
I mean, yeah.
Why?
How much?
Why
was the sentence?
Why would you give the ringleader a lighter sentence? Now we're being easy. So now we're the Trump administration is light on human traffickers. Now we're gonna go light on them.
Oh, because freaking! What if Kilmar Abrego Garcia is just like, okay, I'm gonna be the ringleader now.
He's.
You already know how.
So we're
step up to be the ringleader.
So we should cut the ringleader so preemptively, just in case.
I mean,
Come
we should
on,
give him
man.
an offer.
Brother, listen, the reality is Trump, all that really happened here, and you'll see this someday, you'll be embarrassed, but like Trump deported somebody without due process, and then they lied to you.
Okay, what's his name?
Kilmar Abrego Garcia. They deported him without due process. Then they lied to you about giving him due process. They stood there and they're like, he had due process. And then the Supreme Court ruled 9-0, including multiple Trump appointees, 9-0 that he didn't get due process. And instead of Trump and his team just being like, all right, fine, we lost, they're so arrogant and such liars that instead of just bringing him back, they made up new charges that they charged him with after they had already deported him. Remember, they said, we can't bring him back and he doesn't get to come back. So they said he doesn't deserve...
They said, yeah, they can't bring him back because it's up to the...
Hear me out. They said he doesn't deserve due process because he's here illegally. The exact same argument you made, and then they brought him back for due process?
Yeah, on different
Why
charges.
not just keep him in jail forever? He had a life sentence in jail. Why not just keep him in jail for life then? If he doesn't get due process, why bring him back?
I mean, either way, he's off the streets, which is what's important. He's off the streets. He's off our streets in America.
It's because he's back in America, and it's because they're spinning it.
He's off the streets. He's off the streets.
They're spinning it because they fucking lied to you, and you're upset with us. They lied right to your face, and you don't give a shit. They lied right to your fucking face that he didn't get due process.
So I don't give a shit about people lying to me about a human trafficker.
There's
about
no well. First of all, now you're
affiliated with a terrorist organization.
Now you're doing this thing where you're convicting somebody before they've been convicted. So now he's
he has the tattoos.
No, the what?
He has the tattoos on his knuckles, which represent MS-13.
They don't represent MS-13. They don't.
Bro, I'm Hispanic. I know what the shit.
You
okay,
are?
what does it represent then? I told you my family's from Mexico, dude. Like, what are you talking about? Do you
hey, bitch, MS-13's not from Mexico.
I said I'm Hispanic.
Okay, so if
I speak Spanish.
Venezuela. If you speak Spanish, then you understand. Yeah, where's he from? He's not from Venezuela either.
Or El Salvador. Sorry. What language do they speak in El Salvador?
You knew you're Hispanic. You know all this. Where did MS-13 start?
Okay, what language do they speak in El Salvador?
What country did MS-13 originate in?
I don't care. Somewhere in South America. I know they're bad.
Yes, the great South American country of motherfucking California. It started in L.A. MS-13 started in L.A.
Oh, okay, now that's just cap. I've seen documentaries. It didn't start in L.A.
It started in L.A.
Okay, what county?
Oh shit, I don't know. L.A. County? I don't know the counties there. I could find out what county. Tough break. Huh? Oh yeah. All this knowledge you have for being Mexican isn't coming in handy, is it?
I can speak Spanish. I understand what the representation and the symbolism.
Okay,
means.
What does it mean? Explain it to me.
Okay, M, marijuana, M.
So just anything that starts with it. What was the S? What was the second tattoo?
Smiley face.
Okay. Why is it smiley face? Why isn't it just face?
Sonrisa, which means smiley face. S. Sonrisa.
Wait, but why is it smiley face? Why isn't it face?
Because in Spanish, it's sonrisa.
But
sonrisa is one word.
No, how do you know it's a smiley face and not a face?
Because it's not a face. It's a smiley face. It literally had a smiling face.
Okay, but why don't all the other MS-13 guys have the same tattoos?
There's different symbolism, bro.
Oh, it's different. Okay, and then what was the third one?
The third one, uno.
People are saying it's cara. They're saying it's cara.
Cara? No, that just means face. Yeah, that just means face. But sonrisa, a smiley face.
Oh, okay. And then what was the third one?
You know, the third one, the number one. Uno con Dios.
It was a cross.
One with God.
Wait, hold on. Excuse me. The number one as a cross is a cross now.
Oh well, the cross represents number one because uno con Dios.
For those of you who are from Hispanic cultures in the chat, can you let me know? Do you guys use a cross for the number one? Just for my Hispanic friends.
It doesn't mean only number one.
Oh,
it means number one.
Just whenever you want
in the MS-13 symbolism because they're one with God.
Okay, how come the other MS-13 guys don't all have the cross meaning number one?
There's multiple.
Oh, there's multiple.
There's multiple. Like how with the swastika, you can get the swastika, you can get the double S, you can get the eagle.
No, that's not the
all
same.
of them have every
the
single one.
The double S isn't the swastika.
But they can still mean the same thing because they're still Nazis, aren't they?
They don't mean the same thing.
Nazis use them.
Yeah, they use them.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
Wait, but lots of people have tattoos of crosses. Lots of people have tattoos of marijuana leaves. Lots of people have tattoos of smiley faces.
Yeah, but to get it M right next to each other, marijuana, smiley face, one with God.
You think that's good? And you think that's good enough? You think that's good enough evidence to deport somebody?
I mean, he's a terrorist group. Do you even know what MS-13
He's a terrorist
does, bro?
group. He's in a terrorist group.
To get recruited.
There's no evidence. There's no evidence that he's in MS-13 other than those tattoos. He hasn't been convicted of being a member of MS-13.
Then why is the ringleader testifying against him?
That's not the ringleader.
How does the ringleader know him?
I don't think the ringleader is MS-13. I think they're from a trafficking group.
How is he associated with a trafficking group?
We don't know. They're not giving us the information on who this person is. We don't know what
he's been caught on body cam.
What do you think? Are you just saying that like the ringleader wouldn't lie to get their sentence lightened? This guy's
the body cam shows him driving with 10 people in his car.
Yeah, and they let him go.
And they let him go. Who are strangers?
And they let him go and didn't charge him with anything.
Giving the same address.
And they let him go. And they let him go and didn't charge him with trafficking, did they?
Yeah, and now they're investigating it.
Yeah, now they're
charging him with trafficking.
Yeah, and they're giving a guy a lighter sentence. This guy's such a stand-up guy. He's running a human trafficking ring, but he wouldn't lie to get a lighter sentence, would he? No, he wouldn't. He's one of those really stand-up traffickers who tell the truth all the time.
Yeah, Killer Mario Brego Garcia's a stand-up citizen.
No, I've actually on this show said he sounds like he's a piece of shit. I don't think he's a good guy.
So then why are you fighting for him so
I'm
hard?
not fighting
Just
for him.
I'm
not fighting for him. I'm fighting against an administration who is deporting people without evidence. And I think that if we start suspending due process, where does it end? I think no matter the I don't think it matters what type of person you are. If you live in America, if you commit a crime, you are entitled to due process. Do you disagree? Do you disagree with that?
Process.
Do you disagree with that you should get due process? Before you do your whataboutism,
I mean,
do you think that if there should be due process, or are you anti-due process?
If you're not a citizen, you shouldn't get due process.
Well, the Supreme Court disagrees. So, do you think that we should listen to the Supreme Court, or should we just make up our own rules?
Should we listen to the Supreme Court, or should we listen to a law that says
the Supreme Court's job is to interpret the law. That's their job. That's how we figure out what the law is. The legislature writes it. The Supreme Court interprets it. I don't know how much you know about our Constitution, but that's how it's set up. If the Supreme Court rules 9-0, then they're right. That's the way it works here. So should we adhere to the Supreme Court, or should we just pick and choose when we adhere to the Supreme Court?
But I don't know. Pick and choose. You guys are saying we should pick and choose. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like Biden and Kamala Harris having just been picking and choosing on everything.
The Supreme Court ruled against the Biden and Harris administration multiple times. Multiple.
On what?
One of them was, I don't remember if it was, I think it was Remain in Mexico. Let me see real quick. I'm trying to remember if it was Remain in Mexico or if it was the border being closed. Student loan forgiveness, true. That one as well. How about that? How about the Supreme Court ruling against the student loan forgiveness?
I mean, that was kind of obvious it wasn't going to pass in the first place.
Obvious.
I don't know why
you
mean
pass.
That.
What do you mean pass? It wasn't legislation.
Like, I don't know who thought.
Yeah. Anyways, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The difference between us and you is when the Supreme Court ruled against the Biden administration, we didn't go out and advocate that they openly just break the law. We're like, okay, well, that's the rule of the Supreme Court, and they just stopped
that's
doing
what you guys are doing with ICE in the ICE.
What are we doing with ICE? What are we doing with ICE?
Saying that people should be here illegally.
Nobody's saying that.
Advocating for people breaking the law.
Nobody's saying that.
Destroying property.
Nobody's saying that.
That's, I mean, you don't have to say it, but you're doing it.
I know the people that you listen to say that we're saying that, but do you like ICE? Do you know why ICE was created?
No, tell me, please, since you know everything.
It was after September 11th. They were to hunt down terrorists. That's what ICE is here for.
Like Patriot Act.
And during those hearings, there were people on both sides of the aisle that were like, the one thing we need to make sure with ICE is that if they're going to be given this extraordinary power, they need to be going after only the most dangerous criminals. So when we see ICE now, who is supposed to track down the most dangerous criminals, going in and raiding.
How would you know they're dangerous, though?
Excuse me.
Can you let me finish? I need to talk and interrupt you.
That was the middle of my sentence. So when we see ICE raiding workplaces and deporting people with no, not even an accusation of violence or crime outside of coming to this country illegally, then we're like, yeah, this is government overreach. It's massive government overreach.
It's a crime in itself. If I broke the law for shoplifting, the police would be looking for me.
It's a misdemeanor. No, for a misdemeanor?
Yeah, they'll still be looking for you.
If you had a misdemeanor shoplifting charge, you think that the police would come track you down and show up in a fucking raid outfit with shields? No. If you get away, you get away. No. They're not tracking you down for shoplifting. If they don't catch you at the store, you got away with it. They're not tracking you down for shoplifting. So did you hear about
that chick that was a protester in Minnesota and she got arrested and they caught 900 pounds of meth on her?
Cool. What does that have to do with this? It sounds like a felony to me. Sounds like a felony to me.
Yeah, that's the reason for the ICE protest. That's what you guys are fighting for.
We were
ICE
fighting for her?
We
were fighting for her? Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, because she was part of the business owners.
You wanted to interrupt me.
She was part of the business owners.
You wanted to interrupt me for this shit?
Did you see how you don't let me finish?
Nobody's fighting for that. No.
Can I finish a sentence?
Go back to the subject. Go back to the subject we were talking about. That's fucking stupid. We're protesting. We're protesting ICE raiding. We're protesting ICE raiding workplaces and going above and beyond what they're allowed to do.
And they found 900 pounds of meth doing exactly that.
And you are claiming that we are protesting people being, or we're saying that we want everybody to be able to be here illegally. You don't know what we're protesting. You just get lied to.
Yeah, you guys are protesting.
Yeah, I just told you what Minnesota. I just told you. I just told you what we're protesting.
There was
make up some more shit. Yeah, you're gonna make it up.
There was a drug raid that was going to happen in Minnesota, and everybody was doing ICE protests.
Minnesota, and this has nothing to do with ICE raids, but I just don't have answers. So now I'm going to go whataboutism to something else. We're talking about the ICE raids, dipshit.
ICE raids.
We're talking about the ICE raids that we're protesting. Nobody is protesting ICE going after violent criminals. Have you noticed? Nobody has ever protested ICE going after violent criminals. Not once. Not once. So stop playing whataboutism with dumb shit.
Days until she got arrested.
Stop playing whataboutism with dumb shit. We're not protesting that arrest. Nobody's protesting that arrest.
You see how I don't have to cuss?
I don't.
You realize how I don't have to use a single cuss word?
Fuck you. I don't care. I cuss. It's what I do. Eat a bag of dicks. I'll say whatever I want. I cuss. I don't give a shit about cuss words. You can cuss as much as you want. I'm a cusser.
I can cuss as much as I want to, but it's pointless.
That's what I just said.
What's a cuss word going to do?
I don't care. Nothing. It's a word. Toughen up.
Yeah, it's a word. So what? It's like, dude, you act like cussing is going to make your point more meaningful.
No, you don't know what the point is. You're too dumb to figure it out.
Okay, so point it out for me.
I just did. We are protesting ICE.
Point it out.
We are protesting ICE raiding workplaces of people who are not violent criminals or terrorists, and they were designed to go after.
And they were they were raiding a business, and they were protecting.
Hey, bitch, wait! And their job is to go after terrorists. So we don't want to live in a. Wait, bitch! We don't want to live in a police state. We're not cucked to Donald Trump. We don't want to hand over our rights because we like Donald Trump.
Oh, you don't want to hand over your rights, but you had to wear a mask and stand 6 feet apart and stay inside for multiple years, right?
No. I live in Arizona. We had virtually no mask mandates. Those were all done on a local level. Good whataboutism, you stupid bitch. See how you won't engage in the conversation? You just went to masks. You're the most pre-programmed idiot I've talked to in a long time.
I went to masks because they were taking rights away. You weren't allowed to go outside at night. You weren't allowed to go to restaurants. You weren't allowed to go to work.
What rights were taken away? Do you have the
You
right?
weren't
Do you
allowed
have
to
the
go to
right?
work.
Do you have the right to go to a restaurant?
Yeah.
What if you don't have pants on?
Well, obviously that's the store policy.
Well, isn't that
no shoes, no shirt, no pants.
Isn't that taking away rights? Don't the local cities have the right to determine what rules you can have for going into a restaurant? Every one of those mandates was done on a local level. If you have a problem with that, go yell at your mayor. You guys act like it was like all of us.
So
you guys act like it was all of us
Trump
together.
is getting rid of immigrants on the federal level.
He's not. He's doing a shitty job. He's doing a shitty job, but mostly what he's doing is he's using a department that was meant to go after terrorists, and he's using it to go after people who committed a misdemeanor. And we don't like that. And it fucks up communities. And it makes people afraid to go to work. And it makes people who are here legally afraid. Because you guys have also deported
Nobody here that's legally is afraid. My dad is, like I told you, we already talked about my dad. My dad is zero scared.
Legal. You guys have deported people who are American legally here.
What's their names? Can you provide their names?
Yeah, what's that guy's name that's the hairdresser? He's here legally. He's still in El Salvador. He was here legally.
What's his name?
I don't know. I can pull it up.
Can you name 10 people?
I could pull
10 Americans that were.
I could make a list. One's too many, first of all.
Oh, one's too many now. Okay.
Yes, deporting somebody and throwing them in prison in a foreign country is too many. That should never happen. It's never happened.
You said Americans.
Before. When did it happen before?
Can you name Americans?
I didn't. I said
plural.
that we're legal.
Can you name
I
me
said
10
that
Americans
we're legally
that were
here. Look how you've moved the goalpost now.
Yeah.
Look how you moved. Is one?
You said Americans. Okay, so now
enough?
give me 10 people that were legally here deported. Give me their names.
I could pull up a list. You can look it up yourself. I don't care. Abrego Garcia. He was illegal. Abrego Garcia. Abrego Garcia was.
You probably can't even name
Abrego Garcia.
He's not even an American citizen.
I didn't say
so
American
citizens.
You can't even
classify him as legal.
I never said American citizens. I said people who are legally here.
Yeah, if
Abrego Garcia was here
legal.
legally.
He already had deportation orders.
He was here legally. He had protected status.
He had deportation orders.
He had protected status, and once you remove that protected status, you have, I believe it's 30 or excuse me.
If you want to do both, he had protected status and he had deportation orders.
Excuse me.
That means it should cancel out.
Excuse me. Excuse me, you dumb as a rock fucking moron. If you remove somebody's protective status, it's either 30 or 60 days that they have to go to court and fight it and make their case. He wasn't allowed to go to court. They took him before his 30 days were up. So he was.
Yeah, because he's part of a terrorist organization.
No, they didn't deport him for being part of a terrorist organization, though, did they?
No, but he's still part of it.
No, he's not. We have no evidence that he is. That's an accusation, sir. This is a problem with America.
Okay.
This is a problem. And honestly, I'm sick of this conversation because the truth is, like, you don't know the details of anything. You have, for somebody this uninformed, you have a lot of confidence. And I'll just tell you, I appreciate your confidence. It's going to help you in life, but you sound like a fucking idiot. You have no answers for any of this. And this is why America's fucked. Is because there are too many people. There are too many people. There are too many people like you who know nothing, but are confident that they know something. And it's embarrassing. You should be embarrassed about the conversation you just had like this.
Too. I could play that same
yeah, but you
game.
couldn't explain why. Too many people like me that what?
That are freaking too stupid, that think men with penises can be a woman. We could play the same game all day, bro.
Play it. What's the problem? I think people can. You're
calling me stupid for my beliefs. And I could call you stupid for your beliefs.
Yeah, no, I'm not calling you stupid for your beliefs. I'm calling I'm calling you stupid.
Men with penises can be a woman.
I'm not calling you stupid for your beliefs. I'm calling you stupid because you don't know anything. Like you're uninformed.
Okay, I don't know anything, but
Correct.
The guy that thinks that women can have a penis knows everything.
Why are you so focused on trans people? What's your obsession?
I mean, I could focus on other things. That's just one of the things that comes.
That's about the 30th. We're talking about immigration. You've brought up trans people like 30 times. You're obsessed. Why are you so obsessed with trans people?
Okay, I could fucking talk about how you guys think freaking Latinos should be called Latinx. What the fuck is a Latinx?
I don't know. Have you heard me say Latinx?
I don't know, but Democrats think that.
Most of people,
stupid.
Okay, well, you're talking to me, and I said you don't have information. Remember, this is you making the argument that I'm dumb now. So you've used something I don't say so far, and you talked about penises a whole bunch, like a lot. And the first time you introduced the penis, you called it a big, huge schlong, which I thought was weird. What else? What else am I uninformed about? So
I mean, I was just using
what else am
adjectives.
I uninformed? What else am I uninformed about?
I could use
it was just weird.
Code.
It was just weird how you thought it. You could just say penis, but it was weird how you like had the image.
I could just say penis, but I had to.
You had to describe.
No little girl wants to see a schlong.
Okay, what else am I wrong about? I think there's a lot of
Kilmar Garcia.
What was I wrong about?
You said he wasn't going to be found guilty, or like, what'd you say? Like he was going to be acquitted or something?
What I said was that.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Well, we don't know if I'm wrong about that yet, right? So what was I wrong about?
Yeah, we do.
No, you don't, brother. You have no fucking clue. Does it concern?
Does it concern you? Does it being a citizen in the Maryland dad now, and now you're saying that he?
Does it concern you at all, sir? That when I asked you to point out something that I didn't know about, you are in hypothetical world. You came up with Latinx, which I don't say. Then you came up with something that I prefaced by saying I don't know. Does it concern you at all that you can't point to anything I'm wrong about? Does that concern you?
Yeah, I guess I should watch your lives a little bit more.
Yeah, maybe you have too much confidence in your opinion, right? Because you
just like you do.
No, I mean my opinions are backed up. Everything I've said today,
by who?
I've backed
the
up
experts
with data.
that would say we would be in a recession by now.
It's backed up.
What happened to the recession?
What do you mean? What happened to the recession? What are you talking? I didn't say anything about a recession. Do you see the problem here? You don't know how.
I'm saying that you're believing the same people that say that.
I'm right fucking here. Stop pointing to other people's
You're believing
opinions.
the same people that say these exact same
I'm right here. Before you came here, I talked for 2 hours. You can't come up with one thing I said wrong. You have to use other people. Do you know how insane you sound when I keep asking you for something I said wrong and you keep going to like the far reaches of the internet of something somebody else said?
I mean, yeah, I guess when you're not trying to interpret or listen to me the right way, you don't let me finish my thought.
Let's be honest. Have you provided...
Let's be honest. You don't let me finish my thought.
Okay, are you done with that thought?
Sure.
Okay. Have you provided any evidence for a single claim you've made today?
Have you?
Yes. But will you answer my question first?
Yeah.
Okay, what evidence did you provide? For what claim?
Like I told you, I just watch CNN talk and I see what they have to say. I watch Tim Walz talk. I watch them talk.
What was the evidence you provided?
Why would I have to watch Fox when I don't agree with them?
I didn't, brother. That answer you just gave me didn't make any fucking sense to the question I asked. I asked you what evidence you brought, and you said, I just watched CNN and Tim Walz. Why would I watch Fox News? Do you understand that you sound like an insane person right now? Like it's almost like we're speaking two different languages.
How am I supposed to show you evidence on my phone when I'm telling you evidence and you choose not to
I've got a
believe
computer
it,
screen here. I asked you for a reference. Even the bathhouse incident that you...
I've given you references and you just say that's not true.
You gave me the one from the spa and I didn't find... There was nothing there that said somebody walked up and showed somebody their penis. Sorry, I fact-checked you. Have you provided data for anything?
I mean, that was the whole reason that the police were called for. So, I mean,
did somebody get arrested?
Did somebody get arrested?
Did somebody get arrested?
Huh?
Did somebody get arrested? Exposing
Obviously
yourself
not.
to
Did you think they're going to arrest somebody for being trans in San Francisco?
Exposing yourself to a minor is a crime. There wasn't even an allegation of that.
That happens a lot in San Francisco.
No, it doesn't. In fact, you know where most crimes against children are like white male Christians. Oh, like if you Googled right now, in fact, watch this. If I Google man caught
are you saying that white male Christians are only Republican?
No. I didn't say that at all.
So it's like, what's the point? Like, why does it matter if they're just white?
We're not talking about Republicans.
Like,
you said there's a lot of trans people doing that, but if you search person caught,
so there's no trans white people.
Bro, what the fuck?
Like, I don't get your point.
I just shut up for a minute. You might hear it because you're out in left field. Trans people are not a danger to you, and they're not statistically not a danger to children. Statistically, the biggest danger to children is going to be a white Christian man, just statistically speaking. That's who abuses children the most. You have to go way down the list before you find trans people, like way down the list. You would be on the list long before a trans person. A young Hispanic man would be on the list before a trans person. Like, there's so many people. Like, if we're going to group people together, there are so many.
Are you calling Hispanic men rapists?
No, I said if we're going to group people together, like you are with trans people right now, if we're going to play by your rules where we group everybody together, trans people would be very low on the list of people who abuse. Very low, incredibly low. But your group, the group you would be, the group I would be the group I would be in, like I'm not Christian, but like white men, I would be I'm part of a far more dangerous group if we're grouping people than trans people. And so are you. But you wouldn't like it if people grouped you that way. In fact, you would lose your mind. You would throw a complete fit. But you don't have a problem labeling all trans people as predators.
I call Mexicans rapists and drug dealers because that's what the cartel is, just rapists and drug dealers.
Yeah, you're self-hating Mexican.
Guess white people are fleeing Mexico.
Self-hating Mexican there, huh? That's tough, man.
Dude,
I go to Mexico.
Why do you think we flee Mexico to come to the United States?
Bro, I'm in Mexico all the time. I got to tell you, the Mexican people that I deal with, great people.
Yeah, so am I.
They invite me to their little
parties. And when I walk down the street with my little nephew, I have to make sure I don't let go of his hand or else he'll get kidnapped.
I was out in Mexico 3 months ago riding my bike at 2 a.m.
Where in Mexico were you at? Cancun?
Puerto Morelos.
Puerto Vallarta? Okay, so a white part of Mexico. Okay.
Puerto Morelos?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Puerto Morelos is white?
Oh, Puerto Morelos? Yeah, that's not a good spot though. That's not like
it's very safe.
There's
yeah, exactly. It was fine, wasn't it? Why are you such a I like the Mexican people. And I wish that Americans would stop trafficking children into their country and trafficking drugs into this country. 90% of the fentanyl that comes into our country is brought by who? American citizens. Right? Did you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mexican American
citizens. Yeah, we're
citizens.
the problem. No. Mexican American citizens?
How do you think they talk to the cartel? They need to know Spanish.
I hate to tell you this, but there are white folks that deal with the cartel. Specifically, I was just
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, specifically like the white nationalists, the Aryan Brotherhood. Where do they get all their drugs? Not from here, right?
Bigger gangs than the Aryan Brotherhood.
I'm just giving you an example of that. Not everybody.
Such a low example.
All right, I don't care. I don't know why you hate Mexicans so much. I like the Mexican people. God bless.
I don't hate Mexicans.
Viva Mexico. You just said they were all rapists and drug dealers. You said that. I didn't say that.
I said the cartel. It's full of cartels.
You said I don't like
Mexicans.
You said I call Mexicans rapists and drug dealers. That's what you said. Those were your words, not mine. You said that.
Dude. I said cartels. We could play back the audio again if you want to.
You said they are the cartels. That's what you said.
Well, is there Canadian cartels? No, the cartels only operate in Mexico, and then they move to other countries.
Oh, there's Canadian gangs that traffic drugs for sure.
Yeah, but they're not called cartels.
Okay, what's the difference?
Cartels are from Mexico, and
cartels aren't all from Mexico.
Whatever they want to be
cartels
called.
Aren't all from Mexico, bud. It's just a different word that means the same thing.
Yeah,
I mean, brother, you are so incredibly low information. It's painful, and it's crazy that you're siding with people who legitimately want an ethno state. At some point, if the people in charge of this country, like the people at the top of the Trump administration, if they get your way or they get their way, like you'll be gone too, bud. They don't like multiculturalism.
No, I won't. Like, why do you guys say that?
Because
that's never going to happen. You guys have been saying it since 2016.
No,
and when has that ever happened?
I agree with you. It won't happen. But I said if they get their way, which I don't think they will, because I think most Americans.
Yeah, even if they got their way, it won't happen.
Do they want an ethno state? What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
If the people who say they want an ethno state get their way, they'll have an ethno state. You'll be gone.
It's ironic that the very
sure.
okay, well, like how represented are Hispanic people in this administration? A lot of Hispanic representation?
Yeah.
Who?
Guess why we all turned
Who?
to Trump rather than
No,
Biden
no,
and
no.
Kamala Harris?
Excuse me. I said in this administration. And by the way, Hispanics still, a majority of Hispanics still voted for Kamala Harris. So that's a weird thing for you to say. Like you're in the minority of Hispanics for voting. So it's a weird thing to say like, yeah, look at us all voting for Trump. No, some of you did. Some
but Trump is getting more and more.
He got more the second time. Yeah, it's true.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I have this sneaking suspicion it's because everybody's about as educated as you are. You don't know shit. You got duped. You got lied to, and you don't have like
okay, what did I get duped about?
Literally everything you think about
everything.
Trump. Yes, everything.
Okay, just everything. Okay,
I mean everything
cool
we've talked. Everything we've talked.
I sure know what I got wrong now.
Okay, so you got you got the part wrong about when Donald Trump said that he was going to make things better for the working class here. How about that? He was going to increase your wages. He was going to lower the cost of living. Has that happened?
Yeah.
Has that happened?
To give us some time. I mean,
give
rents
us some time.
And housing prices are lower than they were last year.
First of all, housing price.
Gas is lower.
Housing prices dropping or not good. Gas is not lower.
It's under $3 for the first time in 5 years.
Gas
for my state.
Gas is not below $3 everywhere. But look, yeah, it's not.
In my state, I said.
Okay, well maybe in your state. That's great. Did Trump do it? And we already decided like the president doesn't control gas prices. That was the start of this conversation. Remember that?
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
But
So it seems
even
like
if Trump didn't do it.
So again, all these things that you voted for have nothing to do with Trump. You just got duped by him. What are we getting? Or did we get out of the war?
Then who lowered gas prices?
The gas companies.
In an instant, just because Trump got elected, they decided to lower prices?
No.
So then how come they went lower as soon as Trump got into office?
They produce more.
Oh, shit. Something that Trump decided to do in the Gulf of quote-unquote America?
What?
Trump wants to drill in the Gulf of America. That's why he named it the Gulf of America. So
we already drill there.
Yeah. Not in the Gulf of Mexico. Now it's the Gulf of America.
No, we were already drilling in the Gulf of Mexico. It was just a name, dipshit. Mexico didn't own it. It was just a name.
Oh no shit.
Yeah,
so
it was.
Why is Mexico
literally
so butthurt about it?
I don't know if they are. Are they?
Yeah, they kind of are.
Okay. Well, it was. Yeah. Why did Trump do it? There was no purpose for it. I just wanted to say America. Ask yourself that. If it didn't change anything, why did Trump change the name of it if he's not racist?
So changing the name to America makes it racist?
No, I'm saying why would he do it? If there's no reason to do it, why would he change it?
I don't know, because he wanted to.
Why would he want to change it? What's wrong with seeing the name Mexico there? Does he have a problem with Mexicans?
Well, the reason he said it, I'm just going to tell you what he said. But he said that because he wanted to just not get permits from Mexico and just go drill.
He didn't say.
What I mean?
He didn't say that. You made that shit up. He never said that. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Okay, so he didn't say that, but he made it up.
No, you made that up. He didn't say that.
Okay.
Yeah, he didn't say that, bro. He didn't say that. It's the thing, dude. You just like Donald Trump. I don't know if you just want to suck his dick or what it is. Like maybe you think like he'd be a good father. Listen, I don't doubt that one bit. I don't know what it is, but you worship this dipshit, and to the point that you're just making shit up. It's crazy. You are so low
just because you don't believe it doesn't mean I'm making it up. He literally signed it and
he did not say that I'm renaming it the Gulf of America so I don't have to get permits.
Not exactly like that. Not word for word.
Who do you think he would need to get permits from? How would changing the name change permits?
Mexico.
It's not Mexico. Huh? Mexico didn't own it. It was just the name.
Oh, nobody owned it.
No shit.
But now
that
America's name is on it, America owns it.
Oh, nobody owned it, but now that it says America, we own it. Bro, shut the fuck up. This is what I'm saying. Like, you don't know. Like, this is stupid.
No, I was asking. I wasn't saying that. I was asking you, dude.
You did say it. You specifically said he renamed it so that he didn't have to get permits. You specifically said that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fucking stupid. He never said that.
All right.
Why do you like Trump so much? What about him do you like? Because you don't know his policies, so this is a personality thing, right?
Do you like him because he's rich?
Like, I care if he's rich or not. Biden was rich too.
Biden's not very rich. Biden's net worth's
He's
like
top 1%. He has
he's-
$1 million for
he's
me is
not-
considered
I
rich.
don't know if he's in the 1%. I don't know if he would be in the 1%. He doesn't have a lot of money. He has some good assets. He doesn't have a ton of money though.
I mean,
But why do you like Trump?
a lot of assets.
Okay, so if it's not about him being rich, it must be because he's a good family man. Is that what you like about him? He's very good morals.
I mean, I don't really care about his family or nothing. It's
Okay,
just like,
good businessman.
How hard is it for him? Hard is it for him to run on some policies and for him to be backed up on it?
What?
Biden campaigned on curing cancer.
No, I'm asking
when
you.
did anybody ever give Biden shit for curing cancer?
I'm asking you about Trump. I'm just asking what you like about Trump. Why are you talking about Biden? See, this is the thing.
Because he's everything that Biden is not.
No,
Biden
that's the thing.
promised
See, exactly,
curing cancer.
Exactly. You have no fucking clue. You just think it's fun to talk shit about Biden, and you've heard people say bad things about Biden. You don't know a goddamn thing.
I can tell you
don't know a
reasons why I
goddamn.
think
You don't
Trump is
know
good.
a god. Okay, then tell me without saying Joe Biden.
All right, yeah, just the way he talks.
Just
he
the way
never
he
has to look
talks.
down at notes when he's speaking. He always
He
speaks
reads
from the
off a
heart. He
teleprompter
knows-
every day. What are you talking about?
I mean, not every day.
Every day, every time he gives a
He
speech,
looks
it's on a
left and
teleprompter.
right.
So okay, so because he looks left and right, you voted for him.
You just want to make up like silly assumptions.
I'm
That's all
asking
you wanna
you.
do.
These aren't assumptions. I'm asking you.
I'm trying to
dipshit.
answer you, and you just create a different answer
Yes, because,
that I didn't say.
Yeah, because if you say something that's not true, like he doesn't read, he does everything from the heart, then I'm going to say, no, he doesn't.
I thought Trump couldn't read, though.
He struggles to read. He's not a very good reader.
Okay, so then how can he read a teleprompter?
He struggles with the teleprompter all the time.
Okay, so then I don't know. I never see Trump's what's it called? Stutter. I never see him mumble over words. Yeah, he says like, "Oh, he's a great man," and then says things.
Okay, so
and then he repeats the
so
same
you
thing.
like Trump
He's a great
because,
man.
So you like Trump because he doesn't have a stutter.
He's a genuine person.
He's a what's genuine?
reach out
What's
to
genuine
people.
about him? What's genuine about Donald Trump?
Like when he went to go work at McDonald's just to show a day of appreciation to the hardworking McDonald's workers.
He went and we worked at McDonald's, but Kamala wasn't. She worked there when she was a kid. That wasn't genuine. But Trump did it for a for a political campaign, and then
I mean,
that was
I'd like
genuine.
to see a picture of Kamala Harris wearing the McDonald's uniform. I don't think that's out there.
It's very genuine when he
But
did
you
that.
believe it.
It was very genuine when he did a staged campaign event
Oh,
where
yeah,
they
obviously it was
they
staged.
shut down the McDonald's and they only allowed like his supporters to come through. That was very genuine. All right, what else do you love about him?
That he's not a pushover like Biden, and just
Where's-
give me money.
He's not a
Okay.
pushover?
Oh, just give me.
How come he's dropped the tariffs on every
Yeah.
single country so far?
Okay,
how
I
come
know
he
you were
has-
going to say that. That was literally part of the plan.
Oh, okay. Oh, it was part of the plan. It was part of the plan.
You guys were crying about terrorists
put
being
the
so
tariffs
high,
on
but
and
now
then
you
drop
want
'em.
terrorists to go back up. First, you were crying because Trump increased the tariff. Now you're crying that
No, we weren't.
Trump
We were crying. We were.
tariffs.
We were saying that he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Is what we were saying. Because Biden did tariffs.
So that's
too.
why China reached a deal with America.
We don't have a deal with China yet.
Yeah, we do.
No, we don't.
The rare earth mineral deal,
No.
or is that Ukraine?
We don't have that deal done.
No,
either.
that is China too.
We have zero deals
that's
done.
China.
There's zero deals that are done.
Bro, I'm into the Ford stock market. It's literally
You're
on the
into
news.
the what? You're into the what?
The Ford stock market.
The forest stock market?
Ford. The vehicle Ford.
So you own?
Yeah.
Are you saying you own stock in Ford?
And yeah,
And that's it. That's
news
why.
comes out.
That's why you know that we don't have any trade. His secretary they just had Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, just testified in front of Congress on Friday that there are no deals that are done. So are they lying? And they forgot to tell Howard Lutnick, but you know because you have Ford stock.
I mean, I'll
Okay.
watch the
So he backed.
freaking
So he's
news on Ford.
So he doesn't get pushed around. He backed down on that deal. Does he backed down on the
Who made him back down on the deal?
the other countries because they're smarter than him?
Oh, so Trump increased the tariffs, and they wanted to reach lower deal for both, and Trump is the one that backed down.
Yeah. So the tariffs were at 0, and he raised them to 25, and then they came back to 0.
What?
Canada and Mexico, he had already negotiated a trade deal. He undid NAFTA to negotiate his own trade deal, which was exactly the same as NAFTA. And in that trade deal, he made a rule that you could not put tariffs on Mexico and Canada. And then when he came back into office the second time, he either forgot or thought he could play Canada and Mexico. And he's like, I'm going to add tariffs. And they're like, we have a trade agreement. No. And he's like, okay. And then he backed down.
I do remember about that.
Yeah. So the one thing
like one of the articles saying that.
Yeah. So the one thing you said that he doesn't do.
You don't let me finish.
So the one thing that you said he does.
I'm trying to agree with you on the point,
I know.
and you don't let me finish.
I wasn't
my
done
point,
yet.
dude.
You started while I was speaking. So the one thing that you said he doesn't do, back down when it comes to tariffs. We now agree that he backs down. So what is it that you like about Donald Trump now that we know it's not that he's because he obviously backs down?
Okay.
So what is it?
I was all right. I wasn't even going to talk about that. I was going to try and at least agree with you on some point, but now you're just switching the subject.
No, I said we agree. So let's go to the next subject. We agree he backed down.
Okay, what do we agree on? I
Did he
didn't
back
agree
down?
that Trump chickened out on tariffs. That's not what my point was.
Do we have tariffs? Do we have the tariffs?
I mean, yes and no, but that was not my point.
You said that he never
That I
backs
was going to
down.
make that I agree with you.
You said he doesn't back down. That was your point.
The point that I was going to make that I agree with you on is saying that Trump was blaming some of the tariffs when it was one of his policies from the first administration. Like how just you said, I wanted to agree with you on that, but you're just going on.
I already said we agree.
Some other whole nilly-dilly thing.
No, we're still on this. I said we agree on this. Yeah. So he backed down.
Yeah, I still don't agree that Trump chickened out on the tariffs.
Did
I agree that Trump
did he keep the tariffs? Did he keep the tariffs?
One of the policies that
Wait,
he
hold on.
made
Did he keep the
on
tariffs?
his first term?
Did he keep the tariffs on Canada and Mexico or not?
No, but I don't.
Okay,
think
then he backed down. So he didn't back.
Chickened out.
Oh, what? Okay, I said backed down. I didn't say chickened out. He backed down, right?
Okay, same thing.
Okay, so he backed down. Yeah. All right. So you said you like Trump because he doesn't back down. He backed down. What about those wars he was going to end on day one?
So you wanted to
Did he
stand
back
up for
those up?
tariffs? Like what?
Did he? What about those wars
Wait,
that
what
were
was your
going?
que- what was
What
your
about those
question?
wars that were going to end on day one? Did those end?
Okay, like see, like this is the thing I was gonna try and ask you on. Like you guys care about Trump ending the day on or ending the war on day one.
If he's going to say he's going to do it and then he doesn't do it, should we not? If he says he's going to do something and he doesn't do it, should we hold him accountable?
Let me fucking finish, dude.
Go ahead. You're going to play whataboutism.
It's right for him to be held accountable. Yes, no, I agree. He should like it was a stupid thing to run on. Like nobody's going to be able to end the war in day one.
Okay, so he's a liar.
Why isn't Biden?
So he's a liar,
when he
right?
promised to cure cancer.
So he lied,
on
right?
4 years.
Well, we're talking about Trump.
What happened to cancer?
We're asking about Trump. Remember, this is why you support Trump. So we're not talking about Joe Biden
we're
right
asking
now.
about Trump, but nobody ever gives any other president
Well, I'm just asking you for one reason.
this much scrutiny.
I'm just asking you for one. I'm just asking you for one reason why you support Trump, and now you're already talking about Joe Biden. And that was my contention all along, is that you don't know what you believe. You just like talking shit about Joe Biden, which is it seems to be true.
I could do it without talking about Joe Biden.
Okay, then do it.
But
Then do it.
everything you guys are bringing on
Then
Trump,
do it.
you guys,
Then do it.
could have brought
Then
it
do
on
it.
Biden.
Then do
and you guys
it.
never did.
Then do it. Then do it without talking about Joe Biden. If you're so capable.
I mean,
it's
I
about
already
the
gave you
50th
one
time
point
you've.
without talking about Joe Biden.
What's that?
I said I already gave you 1 point without talking about Joe Biden. You act like this is hard for
What
me. I'm
point?
just trying to make it seem equal for you guys.
What point did you give me without talking about Joe Biden?
What point did we just talk about?
Oh, the tariffs.
last?
Yeah, he backed down on those. So you were wrong about that.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
We
so
didn't-
what
I
other
didn't
things?
mention
So
Joe
what
Biden
other
on
things
there.
do you support? So if you're wrong about something, why would you still support it?
I mean, he doesn't have to be right about everything.
Okay, but I'm asking you why you support him. Holy fuck, man! I'm not saying does he have to be right
Yeah.
about everything. But if you say you support him for something that he's wrong, like if he's wrong, why would you support somebody that's wrong? Tell me something he was right about that you support.
I also support him with the no taxes, lowering taxes on overtime and Social Security and all that.
That
And all
didn't.
the other shit.
That's not it.
tips.
That's not in the bill. Only the no tax on tips is in the bill.
Okay, that's
And
still
that's
something I
do you,
support.
and do you know where that's limit? What are the what's the? Do you know like what the limitations are on that?
No, tell me.
It's only up to $25,000 and it's only cash tips, which most people don't report anyway. So it's gonna be pretty insignificant.
Cool. So
And
now
it was
Bernie's
and it was Bernie Sanders' idea that he stole. So it's like a bipartisan idea that started on the left that Trump just co-opted. Which we support, by the way. We all support. We all support no tax on tips.
So fund the police.
So you could have supported Harris with that too. So now I'm confused.
But when
again.
did you guys ever implement it? When did you guys ever freaking actually try and
we
pass
put it? We put it in multiple bills, but the Republicans always took it out.
Every single Democrat voted no against the bill.
What bill?
For no taxes on tips.
The
it
bill
only got passed because
the bill wasn't no tax on tips. It was the entire spending bill. So no, there wasn't a single Democrat that voted against that bill because of taxes on tips. Not one person has it come out and said like this is why I voted against it. It's not if it was a
no Democrat has ever run on that either.
Bernie Sanders ran on that. What are you talking about? Harris ran on that during this last campaign.
Yeah, they won't actually implement. They're just all talk.
Trump didn't implement it either.
Like when Kamala Harris said, "Do not come, and everybody still came. And they don't give a shit what these people have to say.
Remember how
they have no backbone.
See how you're already back to talking about Democrats because you can't defend any of your own positions. You're just a hater. That's all you are.
Well, I mean, honestly,
no, you're a hater. You're an uneducated hater.
Point. The Democrats are the only reason I support Trump because
I know.
Hate.
That's what I said. Thank you. I know. That's exactly what I said. You are your entire movement, the entire right wing movement, the entire movement of your side is just bitching and moaning about Democrats. You stand for nothing. You do nothing. Your president
is the entire movement on your side.
Your president is a fucking
criminal.
What's the entire
movement on your side?
And you stand for nothing. At the very
What's the entire movement on your side? Crying and bitching
you're
about
doing
Trump?
it again. You're already doing it. You can watch my show every day. If you watched my show every day, you would know what I stand for. And you would know that I heavily criticize Democrats. I criticize Democrats today. I criticize Joe Biden all the time. I criticize them I criticize them on principles. However, in this country, the Republicans own the House, the Senate, the presidency, and the Supreme Court. So it doesn't really make a lot of sense to complain about Democrats right now because Republicans are in charge. And you just don't like it. And so you're sitting there whining like a little bitch that we're criticizing Donald Trump.
You're the one that doesn't like the Democrats holding a 19% approval rating.
You have no ability to defend any of those actions. I'm not a Democrat.
You have no ability to
I'm
listen.
not a Democrat, you dumb bitch. I don't support the Democrats, you dumb bitch. I think 19% approval rating is probably too high, you dumb bitch. But you can't defend any of your positions. I'm happy to criticize Democrats. I do it all the time. Many of them are dog shit, and I'm willing to do it, and I do it on principle, and I do it with policy. You're just an idiot who just likes Donald Trump. And you like criticizing Democrats because that's easy. That's what a small-minded person does. It's very easy to point out things.
You like criticizing Trump because it's easy.
It's very easy to point at things and say that's bad and not have any understanding of why they're bad. When I criticize Donald Trump, not only do I say that's bad, I explain why it's bad. You can't explain any of this shit. You're just a hater. You are a low level,
I try
low
explaining
energy,
it to you, and you ask your chat to help you out with my interpretation.
And instead of spending an hour debating this shit, maybe go read something. Maybe figure out what you actually believe, because you just are a hater. That's it. You have no information at all. You're quite literally one of the lowest information human beings I've ever debated. Ever. You have
That's
zero
fine.
details. It's an hour later. You have zero details on anything.
Because you don't let me finish a talking point, dude. Like, what?
Give me a detail on something then. Give me a detail.
I try and say something and you just cut me off.
Give me a detail then. I'll give you one last chance. Give me some data on
detail
something.
about what? Like,
anything. Give me some fucking
what do you
data.
want to know data about?
Any immigration.
Okay, what about it? 98% less crossings. I already gave you that. You want to talk about how freaking immigrants commit 30% less crimes? Okay. So
That's a good one. That's a good one.
1,500 immigrants, 30%.
Wait, why are we deporting immigrants if they commit less crime than American citizens? I like that point.
No, okay, yeah, that's what I was gonna get. to that point as well. Like,
so why don't
okay,
we?
So
wait, why are we deporting these people if they commit crime at a lower rate?
see, you don't let me finish a point, dude. I'm trying to explain.
No, I'm trying to ask you a question
in detail,
now.
and you don't let me finish.
I'm trying to find common ground with you, bud.
Okay.
We just found common ground, so now I'm wondering if you already know that immigrants commit crime at a lower rate, then what the fuck are we doing these ICE raids? Why do we have the whole?
We found common ground, but since I'm explaining myself in detail, you're gonna disagree with me because I'm able to finish my sentence in detail. Ready? Okay, so if there's 1,000 immigrants, illegal or whatever you want to call them, and we just let them enter and they commit 30% less crimes, so that's 30% less than the 1,000 immigrants. Okay, so 10,000 immigrants, that 30% increases, right? 100,000 immigrants, that 30% increases in number. 1 million immigrants, that 30% increases in numbers as well.
Okay, but that
10 million.
Can I wait? Hold on, real quick. So I understand what you're saying.
I wasn't even done finishing my thought,
brother. I don't need 50 fucking. You've already explained your point. You don't need to go to 10 million and 20 million and 30. The point is, you're saying when more people come.
You want it in detail.
That's not adding detail. That's not adding detail. That's rambling. Well, I think make sure I understand your argument. Your argument is that if there are more people here, even if they commit crimes at a lower rate, that's still more crime total, right? That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so then why don't we just stop letting people have white children?
Because that would be fascist and Nazism, not allowing a race to be born. Are you trying to
what about
eradicate
just
a race?
American children?
Are you a Nazi?
What about just American children?
I mean, I'm from Mexican heritage,
but no, because if Americans,
I have a kid here,
hold on,
you would be considered American.
First of all, let me be clear. I'm not advocating for these policies. I'm taking your logic and I'm applying it across the board. So what you're saying is, so then if we agree that Americans commit crimes at a higher rate, why don't we just stop letting Americans have children? Because then there will be less Americans, right? So then, but if we keep letting Americans have children, then they're going to have 1 million children and 10 million children and 20 million children, and then the crime rate will keep going up, right? Why don't we just stop Americans from having children?
Yeah, that's the point. Yeah. But it's like,
so
are
then,
you not going to have a kid because that kid might be a murderer?
So what's the difference?
You know?
Yeah, exactly. So we shouldn't bring in immigrants because
the difference is that we're already born in a different country and we're letting them enter here.
Bingo. There's this imaginary border that for some reason makes us hate each other.
Imaginary border.
So if we look at people who are coming here to this country from Central America, who are a net benefit, who commit crimes at a lower rate, who are able to fill jobs. We have 10 million jobs sitting unfilled right now. They are a net benefit to the United States. And for some reason, one party has been convinced that because some of them came here illegally, that we need to get rid of all of them because they came here illegally. And I'm just saying, if you're going to apply the logic evenly, which I don't think, I think my logic makes sense. I would never advocate that Americans not be allowed to have more children. Likewise, I would never say that people coming here from other countries increases our crime rate and that we should get rid of them. It's a faulty logic that Republicans do, and that's like the bigotry that we talk about. I don't think most people hold on. I don't think most people who espouse racist ideas espouse it because internally they're like, I hate this person or I hate these people. It is possible to not hate somebody and still have racist policies. And that's my criticism against this administration is the policies. I don't care what somebody thinks or what's in their heart because I'll never know. I'll never know what's in your heart or what you think. All I can judge you on is like the outcome of your actions. And the outcome of Republican actions so far under this Trump administration is they are anti-woman, they are anti-LGBTQ, they are anti-immigrant, they are anti-black, they are anti-Muslim. And so I don't really care what's in their heart. And there is nothing that is anti-white. There's nothing that is anti-Christian, right? They just target groups.
Why would you want to be anti-white and anti-Christian?
Exactly.
Democrats
didn't have Why would you want to
person
be
in Congress until the 80s?
Exactly. Why would you want to be anti-anything? Right? Just apply that principle across the board. Why be anti-white? Why be anti-Christian? I agree. At the same time, why be anti-LGBTQ? Why be anti-Muslim? Why be anti-Mexican? Why?
Well, I mean, the anti-Muslim is kind of understandable. You know what I mean?
No, I don't. No, I don't know what you mean.
That's a kind of touchy subject.
No, I don't know what you mean, because if we're talking,
the Muslim leader has even called for illegal immigrants to come and enter the country illegally and cause harm, no matter if you're Mexican American, Filipino American, Chinese American.
Yeah, our secretary,
kill them all.
Our secretary
try and attack Donald Trump.
Our secretary,
trying to attack JD Vance.
Brother, I get it.
That's the Muslim leader saying.
Our Secretary of Defense has said, "Kill all Muslims." That's worse.
I mean,
that's worse. That's worse. Is that not worse?
What are you talking about? Muslims.
Pete Hegseth
said
Pete Hegseth, while he was running his charity, stood up and said, "Kill all Muslims." I know, but see, the thing is, it only bothers you in one direction. When Pete Hegseth says "kill all Muslims," it doesn't bother you.
Well, they started
you don't
it.
like
We're just
Muslims.
Pushing back, dude.
You don't like Muslims. See how you're okay. See how you're okay. See how you're okay with some bigotry, but not others. And I am not okay with any of that bigotry. I would not support.
I never said I was okay with it. I just understand it.
I would not support.
Who wants death to America? So you support death to America?
I would not support an administration who said, "Let's get rid of Christians." I would not support an administration that said, "Let's get rid of white Christian males." Even though
would you support an administration that said death to America?
Even though, statistically speaking, the biggest danger to my child is a white Christian man. Far more dangerous to my child is a white Christian man than a Mexican immigrant or a trans person. I would never advocate targeting white Christian men for the actions of some white Christian men. And to answer your question, no, I would not support an administration that says death to America. I do not support people who say death to America, just like I don't support Pete Hegseth saying kill all Muslims. I am consistent with my priorities. I am consistent with the things I believe.
I mean, I said it too. I don't agree with saying kill all Muslims, but I understand it. Just like I understand the reason people want to say death to America.
Exactly.
I understand the reason.
But I would never.
I don't agree with it, but you're saying I do.
Well, you support an administration who does that. And if you don't support him, just start talking about it.
I didn't vote on him to be anti-Muslim. I voted on him to be other stuff.
Do you think Pete Hegseth should be removed?
I mean,
do you think Pete Hegseth should be removed?
I mean, if he acts upon it, yeah.
Okay.
Actions do you think louder than words?
Does it bother? Does it make sense that Donald Trump knew he said that and still chose him as Secretary of Defense? What does that say about Donald Trump's judgment that he knew Pete Hegseth was on the record saying that, and also saying that women shouldn't be allowed to serve in the military, and he still chose him? Do you see why sometimes we're like, maybe Trump doesn't say these things, but he keeps.
People can have different opinions.
I know, but Trump has a lot.
You don't have
but
to
Trump had a lot of
everything the president.
I know,
says
but Trump had a
for
lot
him.
of people he could have chosen, and most of the people he could have chosen are not on the record saying women should not serve in the military and kill all Muslims. In fact, almost everybody he picked wouldn't have been on the record
I
saying
understand that women.
Do you understand what we're saying?
Be in the military because they should be at home being safe. Like you don't want to protect your women. You want your girlfriend to go out there and die? I wouldn't want that for my wife.
Yeah, if she wants to serve in the military, it's not my job to tell her what to do, brother. Women should have the same rights as men.
I mean, it's not my job to tell her what to do.
Okay, well, you're doing it. But if you tell her, she can't. But okay, you can try and convince her. But if you tell her she can't be in the military, if we make laws that say she can't because she should be at home, right? See, I'm for people having freedom.
What if
your party restricts freedom all the time?
They should rather be at home. Like, what if they get raped and get pregnant by the Taliban?
It's more likely that that's going to happen at home.
Are they going to be pregnant?
Women in the armed services. By the way, women in the armed services are most
people in Iran excuse me.
Women in the military are most likely to be raped or sexually assaulted by men in the military. Our military happens all the time.
Okay, so that's why you want them in the military.
There are very few instances of women being raped from our military being raped by the Iranians, mostly because we've never been at war with Iran.
That just proves my point even more. If it happens more within our own military, Then why would you want to encourage it?
I'm not encouraging it. I'm saying that, in fact, I think we should get rid of
Yes, you
people
are.
like Pete Hegseth who create that type of culture. I think we were making a lot of progress. In fact, we've been doing a lot of things.
If military morale was super low.
All the stuff that all the stuff that you guys call woke was a bunch of men not being allowed to do the shit that they used to be able to do. And they're like, this isn't fair. I can't be a bigot. I can't be sexist. I can't be racist. It's not fun being in the military.
I can still be a bigot. I can still be sexist. There's no laws against that.
It's not fun being in the military anymore when we can get fired for being racist or bigoted or sexist. And so Pete Hegseth's like, we're going to put an end to that. We're bringing sexism, racism, it's all coming back. We're bringing all this shit back. Yeah, I'm sorry that a bunch of like sexist, racist, misogynistic dudes were unhappy being in the military. This is where I come to be a dipshit. I don't like that they changed that.
Have you ever been on a team before?
Yeah, brother.
Have you ever been on a team before?
Yeah, brother. Lots of times. Was a college athlete.
Have you guys ever had racist jokes amongst each other? Sexist jokes amongst each other?
Probably.
Okay, so what's the difference between the military?
They're
all in one team fighting together. If they're committing harm,
what?
Like lynching them,
brother, we're talking
black,
about sexual.
We're talking
about sexual assault, and yeah, like you know what? Never happened on my team.
We were talking about sexual assault and racism.
Never once on my team did we pick on like somebody for their race. If I had been on a team, for example, on my first college soccer team, we had one black athlete that was on our team. And if we had been targeting,
okay, that's the reason why, because there was only one.
And if we had been,
see,
and if we had
my
been,
teams, there was multiple blacks, multiple Mexicans,
most of my team
multiple whites.
Brother, 30% of my team was from America. We had one black player. We had 3 Muslims from Canada. We had 6 Hispanic players. I was just pointing out that had our team chosen to go after the one black person, then yes, it would be appropriate for the school to come in and say, don't do that. And it would be appropriate for the coach to put an end to that behavior. That's
it.
I
didn't say that. I said jokes.
Nobody's killing jokes in the military. I don't know, man.
You always misrepresent what I say.
You misrepresented what I said. I was talking about actual abuse in the military, and you're like, racist jokes? Let's address it. Pete Hegseth has sexually assaulted.
You said sexual abuse and racism.
Yes, Pete Hegseth.
And bigotry and misogyny.
Pete Hegseth.
So I included sexual assault and racism.
Pete Hegseth, while a member of the military, running a non-profit military-adjacent program, sexually assaulted a woman and paid her off. And you guys made him the Secretary of Defense. But at least he had no qualifications either. At least he was woefully underqualified to be the Secretary of Defense.
Yeah, military morale is still higher than it was before.
I don't give a fuck. So. I don't give a fuck. If our military right now is happier, then I think we've got a problem with our fucking military. If they're happier now because they don't have to, like, they get to be openly bigoted, I think that says a lot more about the quality of people that we're putting in our military. If they're happier now that they're allowed to like sexually be bigots, yeah, I think that's a shittier. Those are shittier people we're bringing into the military.
So you find great offense in saying that men are stronger than women?
What the fuck are you talking about?
I mean, why would you want women in the military when every single man is stronger than a woman?
Because they, excuse me. First of all, women. Do you think women should not be in the military?
Okay, so because they want to. I mean, the men want to be bigoted, so should we let them be bigoted?
No, because the
men want to be sexist, so should we let them be sexist?
No, because that hurts people. Does it hurt to have women in the military?
Yeah, because they hurt themselves.
How does it hurt?
Have you seen?
How does having women in the military hurt?
Have you seen an all-Marine women crew compared to an all-Marine men crew?
There is no such thing.
Exactly.
Because why? Why is there no such thing?
Because the women would get hurt.
Because the men would have because there's physical standards, right? So if a woman meets the physical standard, should she be allowed to serve? If a woman goes through SEAL training, makes it all the way, just hypothetically, if a woman makes it through SEAL training, should she be allowed to be a Navy
We
SEAL?
don't live on hypotheticals.
Yes, we do, brother. This is a hypothetical. If a woman makes
If
it through,
she passed it,
okay,
she won't.
Okay, but if she did,
she can. But
okay, but
she never will.
Okay,
So she's never going to be a
so
SEAL.
wait, hold on. So you and I agree. Pete Hegseth disagrees. You agree with me. You agree with the left. This is what we believe about women in the military.
Really,
nobody,
in order for women
hold on,
to get into
hold
the
on,
military,
hold on, hold
we
on,
would have to
hold
lower
on,
standards
hold on,
for
hold
them to
on,
pass.
hold on, hold on. No, they don't. They do not have to lower standards. They may lower physical standards for people who don't fight in combat roles, but they do that.
Oh, they may lower physical standards, but not the standards.
Physical standards for people who don't serve in a combat role, and they do that for men too. The physical standards for joining the military are not the same as the physical standards for being a Navy SEAL. Would you agree with that? It's different standards, right?
Oh,
right?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay, great. So there's no problem with women serving in the military if they if a woman let's just say that she's very weak. She's 4'2" and she has no muscle, but she serves in an intelligence role. She's never going to see combat. Why does it matter if she has no muscle? It doesn't, right?
Okay, now seeing combat, that's different. I can agree with that. But women shouldn't be in the combat.
But there are also women who serve in combat roles who are effective, and they meet the same exact physical requirements of the men. If those women meet the same physical requirements of the men and they serve in a combat role, should they be allowed to serve in a combat role?
I mean, yeah.
Okay,
but you
well,
gotta
Pete
understand
Hegseth
that there's
okay, so
differences
great.
still
So
between
wait,
the women.
no, stop arguing. You disagree with Pete Hegseth for the same reason I do. Because Pete Hegseth believes
how many times does a woman get on a period a year?
Hold on.
If a woman is on combat and she gets on
don't go to periods. Don't go to periods.
That should be fine.
Yes.
Why are we talking about
you know how women
you
know how women
why are we talking about periods with a guy who thinks
you know how women act on
3 to 4
periods?
inches?
Like it makes them uncomfortable.
Okay, I muted him. Why are we talking with a guy about periods who thinks huge schlongs are 3 or 4 inches? I fucking can't. Yes, I muted him. He can't talk. This is insane. We are 40 minutes over. This is insane.
All right, we'll end it. Thanks,
all right,
guy.
I'll unmute him now, but we don't need to keep talking with a guy who thinks huge schlongs are 3 or 4 inches. Fucking A.
All right,
bye.
Go ahead, bud. Last word, and then I gotta go.
I wasn't serious about the 3 to 4 inches.
All right. Anything else you want to add there?
I mean, yeah, you guys took everything so literal. I don't know.
Yeah, you did. You did great, bud.
Sure.
All right. Have a good day. You're not even going to say goodbye?
Bye. Have a good day.
See ya. All right. We have so many comments to read. I'm sorry. We went way over.
Yeah. Or a lot of. Sorry, I had to make it.
That's all right. As soon as he said period, I was hoping you jumped in. That was wild.
He couldn't take it anymore. And he did say huge schlongs were 3 or 4 inches.
That's pretty
That
big.
was totally sad.
Yeah. A debate is pretty literal. That's a good point. Johnny said
He just DM'd me. 3 to 4 inches is huge.
Oh Lord. Oh Lord. Well, look, that's fine. Listen, I appreciate that. I like that type of confidence. You got what you got, and if you want to call it huge, call it huge. Johnny said Trump's 2020 OPEC deal cut production for 2 years, raising gas prices and inflation from 2020 to 2022. Oil and inflation charts are near identical. That's a good point. Lisa said, why should women be punished for the sins of men? Because men are bitches. Tori said, you bodied him. Lisa said, America is a continent, not a country. Good point. Yeah, if we're using it correctly. Kathy said this is for liars who live in Colorado. Jay, you need a smoke after this moron. It's coming. It's happening. Mike Hawk said cognitive dissonance. That's Jen 420 just slapping herself in the face 20 times. I appreciate that. Jen, what is this penis goblin researching how to best steal your penis?
You know, I always send random.
Melissa, thanks for joining the dollar train. Same with Bradley.
You need to check out the Discord. There's lots of penises in Discord right now.
I'll check it out. Melissa said, and by the way, how in the world do you stay patient with these callers? I don't know. I don't care. I just I want them to get to a point at some point. Bradley said, does anybody know where a guy can find a person to hang out with, talk to, and enjoy spending time with? I'm just asking for a friend. I have no idea. Golf course, I think. Alyssa said, I hate it here, but much love to everyone in the Twitch chat. Melissa said, Dollar Train. Oh, I read that one. Jen posted twice, I think. Amy said, can we please just be against sex abuse on anyone by anyone? It's factually almost always a straight male in your family or trusted by your family, not a trans person, immigrant, or gay person. Devin said, why is there one principle always trans people? I don't know. They're obsessed. Trump supporters are always so misinformed. Bin Laden was CIA. That's actually kind of true a little bit. Don't people think he did it? Amy said, has he seen the video of the Mexican thanking Trump for 1 week paid vacation in Mexico, then him coming back? I saw that. Hey, Howdy said, people use the Old Testament to hate people, then call themselves Christians. That is fact of the day. That's what we need to remember more than anything. Anthony said, hate Israel, simple as that. Amy said, Taco Trump is Crunchy Shield. Okay, I got that one. I caught up on those. Let me go here. Jamie said he was just terrible. Namasi said for the Tylenol you'll need after that. I've got air Tylenol. Susan said for walking the dog. Kristen said guest was spiked like a football as a newborn. We should retroactively deport his dad. No, I like his dad. His dad would not have been proud of that performance. Jessica said, question, did he lose his virginity to a trans in Tijuana or Nogales? He might, maybe. Could ask him that. A trans person in Nogales or... Tim said that caller is so dumb and filled with propaganda. I don't think it's necessarily dumb. Like, I think it's lazy. I think most people are just lazy with their opinions. They hear something, it makes sense, and then sometimes they try and take that opinion into the public square, and that's where the opinion gets exposed. Let's see. What do you call a guy who sleeps in his socks? Tiny? Wait, what?
If he fits in his socks, he's tiny.
I mean, I don't know. My socks are like they're stretchy. I don't know. What are you dealing with over there, Shar? Dreamliner said, "Thank you, Jen. Love you." Brian said, "Can someone please tell my wife 3 inches is huge?" Yeah, let her know. Massive. Some would call it massive. Did I miss any, Jen? Did I get them all?
I wasn't tracking if you read them all. Let me see if I've got any others that came through on my end. I don't see any more.
Okay.
That was a lot.
That was a lot. All right. Well, we'll be back tomorrow morning and every weekday morning, 9:30 a.m. to 1 Pacific Standard Time here on TikTok and Twitch. We did get banned from, YouTube and Twitch. We did get banned from TikTok today, though. We won the appeal, Jen.
Yep.
What did we get banned for today?
I mean, I'm not really surprised. We got.
Bullying.
I think it was. No, it was hate speech and hateful behavior. I think it was I think you guys were talking about the cartels. It was him. Oh, Goldie and YouTube's mad. My voice is horrible. Oh.
Sorry. It scares me too, in all fairness, but not because of your voice, just because of who's behind
I don't care either way. So.
All right, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. to 1 Pacific Standard Time. You can catch the replay on YouTube and Spotify. Make sure you subscribe so you don't miss any notifications. Tomorrow, remember, we have debate night with Admir tomorrow night. So that'll be, and I did, Jen, I bought that thing, that capture card. I'll have to figure out how to use it today.
I'm glad you expanded on the thing because that just didn't sound right.
It's like 3 to 4 inches. It's massive. It's huge. I don't even know what I'm going to do with it.
I know, and that's fair. So.
All right, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow morning and every weekday morning. Take care of yourselves. Stay cute and cool, and have a great summer.